Memorial Lifetime Achievement Award. Actually, this is a very personally, very emotional moment for me. Because it has been now almost 45 years from my MD community medicine days at Banaras Hindu University. And in this very hall, 10 years back, I received another Lifetime Achievement Award from the State Public Health Association, Karnataka Association of Community Health. So I have some connect with this institution. Of course, I did my MBBS from Karnataka Medical College, Hubli, which is just 2 hours drive from here. So to conclude, I will not go further, and I thank the IPHA headquarters, Dr. Sangamitra Ghosh, the President, Dr. Kaushik Mitra, the Secretary General, Dr. Maushami Basu, the Treasurer, and the Vice Chancellor of the Kaher University, Dr. H.P. Rajshekhar, whom I have known personally for more than 3 decades from Bangalore, Dr. Mubashir, the organizing secretary and the head of the School of Public Health here, and Madam, the JNMC principal, Dr. Mahan Shetty, and our distinguished guest of honor from Australia, and some of my colleagues and friends here. And I thank all of you for giving me this wonderful moment and some goosebumps. And I will remember this for my lifetime. Thank you very much, and wish you all a pleasant day. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We now move on to the release of e-souvenir and e-book of 69th IPHACON 2025. This e-souvenir and e-book are not only providing lasting memories and information, but also significantly reduce our environmental footprint, taking a meaningful step towards a greener future. I now request our esteemed chief guest, Dr. Nitin M. Gangane, Honorable Vice Chancellor, along with the dignitaries on the dais, to unveil the e-souvenir and e-book of the conference. Thank you. I also request the dignitaries on the dais to release the e-book on nutrition. QR code to download this book has been put up at the registration counter. So all of you can download this e-copy of this nutrition book through the app.
Continuing with the award ceremony, we now have IPHACON Honorary Fellowship Award, which is a prestigious recognition was bestowed upon individuals who have achieved remarkable distinction in the realm of public health, particularly within the context of Indian Public Health Association. These awards acknowledge individuals who have demonstrated outstanding dedication and leadership in advancing public health initiatives. This year, we have three such able luminaries who will be receiving the IPHA Honorary Fellowship. I request them to please come upon the dais and receive the honor.
For this convocation of conferring honorary fellowship, I request the Vice President of IPHA, Dr. Tambe, Dr. Kali, and Treasurer, Dr. Mohsin, to please come out to the dais.
I now request, along with our chief guest and dignitaries on the dais, to kindly do the honor. I call upon Dr. D.H. Ashraf Narayan, Professor of Community Medicine, former Medical Superintendent and HOD KIMS, Bengaluru.
I now call upon Dr. Rajiv Dasgupta, Chairperson and Professor, Center of Social Medicine and Community Health, JNU. I now call upon Dr. Pramod Samantrai, former Trustee, Royal Society of Tropical Medicine and Hygiene, London, National Consultant, MOHFW, Government of India, Advisor Research, Utkal Institute of Medical Sciences, Bhubaneswar, Odisha, and Director, GIMSR,
The Indian Public Health Association confers fellowship to its life members, recognizing their significant contribution to public health. These fellowships signify a high-level professional recognition within the Indian public health community. This year, we have 7 such able luminaries who will be receiving IPHA fellowship. I request them to please come on to the dais and receive the honor. I would like to call upon Dr. Manoj Kumar Gupta, Additional Professor of Community Medicine and Family Medicine, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Jodhpur. Next, I'd like to call upon Dr. Arvind Kumar Singh, Additional Professor, Department of Community Medicine and Family Medicine, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Bhubaneswar. I request Dr. Senthil Amudan R, Professor and Head of the Department of Epidemiology, National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences, Bengaluru, to please come out to the dais to receive the fellowship of IPHA. Dr. Ranjan Das, Director, All India Institute of Hygiene and Public Health, Kolkata. Dr. Surya Bali, Professor, Department of Community Medicine and Family Medicine, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Bhopal. Delivery Research, Indian Council of Medical Research, New Delhi. Dr. MVV Murali Mohan, Retired Civil Surgeon, Epidemiologist, Regional Training, Visakhapatnam. Thank you and heartiest congratulations to all the awardees. We now move on to the IPHA Best Paper Awards. This year, Dr. P.C. Sain Best Paper Award on Rural Health Practice goes to Dr. Ankit Chandra from All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. The article title being Team Approach for Home-Based Supportive Care of Bed-Bound Patients, a Primary Healthcare Model in Rural Balapur, Haryana, India. Dr. P.C. Sain Best Paper Award on Rural Health Practice. Next we have Dr. R.N. Roy Best Paper Award for the year 2024 for the article titled The Impact of Alternate Methodological Structural Assumption on Results of Cost Effectiveness Analysis, Empirical Evidence Using 3 Indian Economic Evaluations, authored by Dr. Deepshika Sharma, Dr. Shankal Prinja, Dr. Arun Kumar Agarwal and Dr. Pankaj Bahuguna. I request the authors to please come out to the dais and receive the honors. This paper is published in Indian Journal of Public Health for the year 2024, volume 68, and has been selected as Dr. R.N. Roy Best Paper Award of the year 2024. Congratulations to the winner.
IPHA has also conducted nationwide essay contest on World Health Day 2025. We are happy to announce the winners of this competition. Champions of category A, Dr. Srishti Chauhan, Junior Resident, Motilal Nehru Medical College. Runner-up of category A, Dr. Aishwarya Shivam, MPH Trainee JIPMER. Dr. Shivaji Gupta, Assistant Professor, Midnapur Medical College. Special awardee of category A, Major, Dr. Preetham K.S. Gowda, Junior Resident, AFMC. Special awardee of Category A, Major Dr. Preetham K.S. Gowda, Junior Resident AFMC. Dr. Madhumita Bhakta, PGT, MKCG Medical College and Hospital. Dr. Narsimha Manoj T, PGT, NRI Institute of Medical Sciences. Ms. Heaven Dahiya, Lecturer, Lakshmibai Batra College of Nursing, Delhi. Dr. Devi Priya S, Junior Resident AIMS, Nagpur. Champions of Category B, Professor Dr. Neeraj Pandit, Professor and Head Department of Community Medicine, SBKS MIRC. Dr. Kapil Goyal, Assistant Professor of Epidemiology, PGI MER, Chandigarh. Runners-up of Category B, Dr. Amrita Sarkar, Associate Professor, Runners-up for Category B, Dr. Amrita Sarkar, Associate Professor, Tumoriba Institute of Medical Health and Medical Sciences. Dr. Aarti Ramasamy, Consultant ICMR, National Institute of Epidemiology. Special awardee of Category B, Dr. Robinson B. Thomas, IFMC, Pune. Dr. Lucy George, Associate Professor, Department of Nutrition, MRIIRS. Dr. Frederick Was, Lecturer, Goa Medical College, Goa. Dr. Mausumi Dutt, Associate Professor, Department of Community Medicine, KG Kar Medical College, Kolkata. Dr. Deepak B. Sharma of Pramukh Swami Medical College, Baikaka, University, Gujarat.
We congratulate all the winners of this contest and thank you, dignitaries. I request Dr. Sangamitra Ghosh, President IPHA, to present a token of appreciation to Organizing Secretary Dr. Mubashir Angolkar. This is the token of appreciation from IPHA headquarters to the organizing team of 69th IPHACON. I request the audience for a huge round of applause for the organizing team of 69th IPHACON 2025.
This is appreciation from headquarters for the organizing team. This is handicraft from West Bengal, Shola Art, and I believe Mubashir will like it. Thank you, Mubashir, for organizing such a lovely conference.
Thank you, madam.
I now invite Dr. Mubashir Angolkar, Organizing Secretary, to propose the oath of thanks.
I'm right now so overwhelmed with this touch. But you know that it's the whole team that, takes the efforts to make anything successful. I would like to share a small story. I want you all to imagine a beautiful ship, big ship, and a lot of people happy, dancing, singing, children playing, and suddenly there's splash, and one child has fallen into the ocean. And then there's chaos. There's people running around and screaming, and then there's another splash, and there's somebody jumped and pulled the baby out, and everybody's calm, and they put the lifeboats down, bring them up, and claps, and the captain of the ship is so happy and says, "Wow, what a leader, and today we'll have a fabulous feast in your honor." And then there's this big party in the honor of this man who jumped and saved this baby. And then they ask him to respond, to say a few words. And the man stands up and says, "I will, but first, tell me, who pushed me?" That is my condition. In 2011, this man pushed me. Dr. H.B. Rajshekhar, sir, he was the one who pushed, and we had that conference in 2011, IPHACON. And this year, my two students, children, colleague, Dr. Ashwini Narsinawar, my joint secretary, and Deshna Oswal, my PhD student. Every conference, they were like, "Ma'am, we'll also do, we'll also." And that push is the result that here we are. With immense humility, I bow and thank Almighty for His immense grace. Respected chief guest of today, our beloved Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Nitin Gangne, sir, the visionary for CAHIR. Respected President Madam, Dr. Sangamitra Ghosh, our inspiration. Respected President, IPHA Karnataka State Branch, Dr. H.B. Rajshekhar, sir, our mentor. Dear General Secretary, Kaushik Mitra, the trailblazer, and respected Principal Madam, Dr. N.S. Mahan Shetty, Madam, the organizing chairperson, and the anchor. Individually, I thank each one of you for your guidance, support, coaching, without which IPHACON 2025 would not have translated into a reality. My special thanks to Dr. Mary Spongberg as a special guest for gracing us with your presence, Madam. My deep appreciation to all the principals of all the constituent units of CAHIR for their immense support. Our MD of Dr. Prabhakar Kore Hospital, Colonel Dr. Dayanand sir, Dr. V.D. Patil sir, and Dr. A.S. Vantumute sir and Ashok Kumar sir, the HODs, former HODs of Department of Public Health. In March 2004, a journey began in Manali. It was officially announced that the next IPHACON will be in JNMC Belgavi. Given the recent global developments, we had many challenges. I am immensely appreciative of the advisors from my friends and colleagues, Dr. M.S. Ganachari, Registrar KLE University, Dr. Rajiv Das Gupta, the editor of Indian Journal of Public Health, Dr. Sanjay Zorpe sir, Dr. Cheran Varghese, Dr. Rajesh Pawar, Dr. Kaushik, and Dr. Pooja Sharma. They helped me see things through. Remembering Dr. B.S. Kodkini right now, my mentor, I know he's watching and his blessings are with us. I would like to place on record our deep gratitude to our sponsors and collaborators for their invaluable support, and the resource persons for expanding our knowledge through deliberations focused on the Sustainable Development Goals. We are indebted to the 700 plus delegates for joining us in this academic bonanza. On a personal note, I want to thank my parents who are here with me today and always behind me. Rome was not built in a day, nor by one man. Please give it up for my organizing team, leading Dr. Dipti Kadangdi from Community Medicine Department, JNMC, and her whole team of scientific committee. Dr. Shobha Karkati from Belgaum Institute of Medical Sciences and her whole team of registration committee. Dr. Aarti Rao from Manipal and her team of reception committee. Dr. Rajesh Pawar from catering committee and his whole team. Dr. Shailesh Udpudi from JNMC and his team for transport and accommodation. Dr. Girija Manchetti and Gavi Salimat from the Memento and Gift Committee. Dr. Anjali Joshi and her team for the Inaugural and Valedictory Committee. The Cultural and Entertainment Committee, which you enjoyed yesterday so much, Dr. Professor Aarti Mashale from Physiotherapy and her team. Dr. Rajan Patil and his team with Dr. Nagaraj Patil from Department of Public Health. Dr. Shiv Swami from JNMC for Print and Media. Dr. Hanungar, my treasurer. Dr. Anjana Bhagewadi, coordinator of the pre-conference workshops. Our IT support team, Mr. Pranesh and his team, Civil and Electric Department, auditorium administrators, and my better half. The most indispensable student and colleague, Dr. Ashwini Narsinawar, with the department office staff, Durgappa and Rupa. It is them to take the credit of what you have seen yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Thank you. And the event managers, Apurva and Brian, where are you? Please, fast.
Thank you, everyone. I request all the organizing team to please take their seats in front of the dais. I request everyone to please rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
This brings to the end of the formal inaugural session of 69th IPHACON 2025. All the scientific sessions will continue as per the schedule at the respective halls. Thank you one and all for your gracious presence. At the same time, I'd like to announce that Professor Dyoki Nandan Memorial Public Health PG Quiz, the prelims results are as follows. The first place are by Team A from AIMS Jodhpur, Dr. Ashwati and Dr. Anubhav. Second place, Team B, Jipmer Puducherry, Dr. Aishwarya and Dr. Akshay. Team C, the third place from AFMC Pune, Dr. Apurva and Dr. Sakshi. Fourth place, Team Jipmer Puducherry, Dr. Dinesh and Vignesh. The final round of the quiz will be held at Dr. H.B. Rajshekhar Hall at 3 p.m. today. I request all the team members, all the 4 teams, to please be there at Dr. H.B. Rajshekhar Hall at 3 p.m. today. Thank you one and all. We now have a panel session on migraine, unmasking migraine from shadows to spotlight, addressing the burden, advocacy and advancing care in the same hall. So the audience are requested to please be seated so that in few minutes we'll be starting with the session on migraine, following which there'll be lunch at the basement. Thank you. I request all the dignitaries to please be seated. We'll be starting with a session on migraine in a couple of minutes. I request all the audience to please be seated.
Then you will tell this one, like now to call moderator na ಕರೀತೀವಿ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನೀವು ಚೇರ್ಪರ್ಸನ್ಸ್ನ ಕರೀತೀರಾ ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ಚೇರ್ಪರ್ಸನ್ಸ್ನ ನಾನು ತಲೆಗೆ ಮುಗಿತೇನೇನಿಲ್ಲ ಓಕೆ ಡನ್ ಹಾಂ ಇನ್ನು ಇವ್ರು ಇನಾಗ್ರೇಷನ್ ಅವರೇ ಇದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಫೋಟೋ ತಗೊಂತಾರೆ ಸುಮ್ನಾಥ್ ನಾಸ್ಕರ್ ಇಸ್ ದೇರ್ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಫ್ಲವರ್ದು ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ನಿಂತವ್ರಲ್ಲ ಓಕೆ ಧ್ರುವ್ ಜ್ಯೋತಿ ದೇವ್ನ ಅವ್ರು ನೋಡಿ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ ಈಗಿಂದ ಕರಿ ವಿಲ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಒಬ್ರು ಕಾಣಿಸಿದ್ರು ನಮ್ಗೆ ವಿ ಡೋಂಟ್ ನೋ ಹೂ ಧ್ರುವ್ ಜ್ಯೋತಿ ದೇವ್ನಾಥ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ವೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಈಸ್ ದೇವರ್ ಟೂ okay. Good afternoon, everyone. We now commence the session of the day centered on the theme migraine, unmasking migraine from shadows to spotlight, addressing the burden, advocacy, and advancing care.
I would now like to call upon the dais Dr. Bhimsen Teklaki, Associate Professor, Department of Psychiatry, JNMC, Belgavi, to moderate this session. It is my privilege to invite our esteemed chairpersons to the dais, Dr. Dhrubajyoti Debnath, Additional Professor, Department of Community and Family Medicine, AIMS, Mangalagiri. And Dr. Somnath Naskar, Associate Professor, Department of Community Medicine, Institute of Postgraduate Medical Education and Research, Joint Director, Prevention, West Bengal State's AIDS Prevention and Control Society.
You need to give me a minute or two. I need to set the stage. There is no mics for the panel. Check this.
I request Dr. Somnath Naskar to invite our first panelist, Dr. Naresh Sharma. Yeah. Who's joining us online.
Check this.
Okay, so very good afternoon to everyone. Today I am calling the first speaker of this session, Dr. Naresh Sharma. He is Deputy Drug Controller India, CDSCO, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Has extensive experience in pharmaceuticals, over 29 years in pharmaceutical research, manufacturing and regulations with roles in major companies like Cadila Pharma, JK Drugs and Dabur Research Foundation. Key regulatory role joined the Indian National Regulatory Authority in 2006, contributing to GMP, GCP and GLP audits, drug regulations and policy amendments. Participated in national and international seminars trained by US FDA, Interpol and WHO and contributed to strengthening India's drug regulatory system. Leadership and recognition served as President of the Indian Pharmaceutical Association Delhi and Vice Chairman of the Indian Pharmaceutical Division of Manufacturers at the national level and received 32 awards, presented at various global forums and published 20 research articles in reputed journals. So welcome, sir.
Thank you so much, Doctor.
I request Dr. Dhrubajyoti Devnath to introduce our next panelist, Dr. Rajesh Ranjan. We welcome Dr. Rajesh Ranjan sir on the dais.
Good afternoon, all. It is an honor and privilege to introduce Dr. Rajesh Ranjan sir. He is Associate Professor, Reader, Hospital Administration and HOD Department of Epidemiology. He has over 195 publications across various reputed journals. He has completed Advanced Management Program for Healthcare, AMPH, at the International School of Business. He is Chief Operating Officer cum Professor, Department of Community Medicine at Noida International Institute of Medical Sciences. He has got a AFIH Fellowship, Associate Fellow of Industrial Health 2016 from Central Labour Institute, Government of India. We welcome you, sir.
So may I call upon Dr. Shruti Atul, Prabhu, our next speaker, Head Clinical Programs and Insurance under Writing, Institutional Affiliations are Narayana One Health, Bangalore. She is keynote speaker, coach, orator at cross-industry forums, including keynote speaker at the Ideal Village Conference, Stanford Medical School, San Francisco, USA. Preventive medicine and public health expert with a flair for choosing unconventional yet challenging career opportunities. Distinct career of 16 years spanning government, development, NGO and corporate health sectors. Secured UNICEF grant for piloting universal health coverage model in one district of Chhattisgarh. Secured BPNI BFHI accreditation for the Arliad Institute. Awarded IPSM Young Leaders Award in 2020 at 21st IPSM conference. So welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. May I now request Dr. Dhrupjyoti Devanath to introduce Dr. Surya Prabha Turanga, who has joined us online.
I welcome Dr. Surya Prabha Turanga. She is a professor on HOD Department of Neurology, NIMS, Hyderabad. She is a renowned neurology expert at Nizam's Institute of Medical Sciences, specializing in epilepsy, movement disorders, pediatric neurology, and neurodegenerative diseases. He is a leader in clinical neurophysiology, utilizing advanced diagnostic techniques for neurological disorders, ensuring precise and effective treatment. He is a pioneer in stroke and seizure management, providing rapid and comprehensive care to improve patient outcomes and quality of life. We welcome you, madam.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very
I
much.
now request Dr. Somnath Naskar to introduce our next panelist, Dr. Dheeraj Shah.
So may I have the privilege to welcome Dr. Dheeraj Shah, Director, NIHFW, New Delhi, leading national public health initiatives, including WHO, NPSN, health surveillance, and hospital assessments. Director Professor of Pediatrics at Delhi University and former Editor-in-Chief of Indian Pediatrics from 2014 to 2019. Recipient of RCPCH Fellowship, London 2005, and Fellow of National Academy of Medical Science 2022 and Indian Academy of Pediatrics 2010. Author 200 plus research papers, 50 plus textbook chapters, and 8 books in pediatrics and public health. Expert advisor for WHO, UNICEF, FSSI, ICMR, NIN, and DBT, and review board member for top medical journals, including The Lancet and BMJ Global Health. We welcome you, sir.
May I now request Dr. Drupjyoti Depinath to invite and introduce our next panelist, Dr. Pooja Sharma.
It's a privilege to introduce Dr. Pooja Sharma. He is CEO at Apar Health, Capacity Building in Clinical Research. He is a project coordinator in WHO MGRS study, the current Indian Road to Health charts. He is a co-investigator and manager rotavirus vaccine trials phase 1 and 2, Rotavac, first completely indigenous vaccine. Recipient of COVID Suraksha Grant, previous director of the Medanta Institute of Education and Research, Gurugram. And she is a project lead pacer working with over 20 patient advocacy groups to make the research truly patient-centric. We welcome you, madam.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Dr. Bhimsen Tekalaki to take over the stage and start the session.
Thank you. A warm welcome and good afternoon to all the audience. Given the high prevalence of migraine, no wonder many people have rushed to have their lunch to prevent a migraine attack. So, on a serious note, headache is a headache both for patient and the doctor. This is a very famous saying. And when the headache is something of nature as migraine, which is chronic and recurrent, you can just imagine the plight of the patient who is suffering and also the doctor who is struggling to give her the best possible treatment, but sometimes he feels he's not able to do that. So we are all here, a panel of leaders from various domains of the society to discuss as to how we can make life of people suffering from migraine better. So my first question is to Dr. Dheeraj Shah. Good afternoon, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, I am. You are audible. I hope I am audible as well.
Yes, sir, you are.
Yes.
Sir, in India, the available research says that the prevalence of migraine varies from 14 to 29% with around more than 200 million people getting affected by migraine. However, there are very few studies focusing on productivity loss due to migraine. How can we better express the productivity loss both in terms of presenteeism and absenteeism due to migraine in our research and policy related discussions?
Yeah, I think it is very important because whenever we talk of a problem such common as migraine, where the prevalence is stated to be sometimes as high as 50% and 25%. It is very important that the policymakers are apprised of the importance, because if you just talk of migraine, it's like a common headache. It is perceived as a headache which happens, which people even believe that it may not happen, but it is just only stated as an excuse. So that's the perception the society may be having. So it is very important to have some data related to productivity, because it is not something which will lead to death or which will lead to some kind of permanent disability, but it is a very chronic disease which has a problem related to loss of productivity. Now, the loss of productivity can be measured in terms of absenteeism, which is relatively easy. So it means how much time or how many days or how many work hours were affected because of the absenteeism. So the people have to take leave of absence from their workplace because of. So this is a relatively easier parameter to record, whether from the participants of the research, the actual sufferers, or from their organizations like their superiors. But if you talk of the other part, presentism, which is 3 to 4 times, the research from West states that 3 to 4 times the burden productivity loss is more common related to presentism. So for general people or maybe even postgraduate students, so what is this presentism? Presentism is when there is a the people are not availing leave, they are not absent from work, but their still work output in terms of quality or quantity is affected. So this is very common with migraine, because people will continue to work because they are having episodes so commonly 3 to 4 times a month sometimes, and so they cannot take leave every time. it is taking leave for migraine is also associated with some stigma, as I said, that it is just being perceived that people are just availing leave because of no reason. So they present for their work, but they are not able to deliver the output. So now how to measure this is a problem, presentism. But yes, there are ways. Uh, it can be measured in terms of loss of productive time. It can be measured in terms of hours of work lost per week or per attack of migraine. It can also be measured in terms of work productivity and activity impairment questionnaire. So there are several tools which have been described in literature, and people have tried to measure the work output loss because of presentism. But yes, before we use any such tool in our settings for research to generate data, these tools need to be validated. So presently, we don't have any research on productivity loss because of migraine. We still have some research related to prevalence. So even the prevalence research is not present for the countrywide. But yes, we have local data, but that the data related to work output or productivity loss is not absent. So we really need to validate or develop our own tool which works in the Indian setting, because this productivity measurement of absent presentism is a challenge because of various reasons. Because of the underdiagnosis, the diagnosis may be missed. The people may not be even aware that they are having migraine. So that is a very large quantum. And then as I said, that we don't have any validated tools to measure. So we really need to develop a tool or validate some existing tool, whether it works in Indian setting or not. And then there could be recall bias. And another problem is we don't have a baseline productivity data. We do not know how to measure productivity at work, because people are present for 8 hours, 9 hours, but for a day, but we don't know how much productivity. So we do not collect routinely productivity data of our employees. So these are all challenges, but these challenges should not bar us from conducting research, because generating data related to loss of productivity and in terms of cost is very important to convince policymaker that yes, it is an important public health problem.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that elaborated response. As we have Dr. Naresh Sharma, who is in hurry to catch a flight, I think I will chat with him before I come to you people. Dr. Naresh, migraine is one of the significant contributors of morbidity in general population, which we already know, especially in women aged 15 to 50. What's your opinion on the emerging therapies and research or clinical development program happening in the field of migraine management in India?
Well, it's a very, very valid and a very important question what you had asked. Migraine is significantly impacts on the general population, as we know that particularly women aged from 15 to 49 years. And in Indian regulations, two segments are there for the treatment which are in place. One is the conventional drug delivery system, new drug approvals by the office of DCGI, that is my office, CDSCO, and approval happens under the provisions of Drugs and Cosmetic Act 1940 and rules there under 1945. The second, recent advancements in the migraine, which is the management, including introduction of the innovative therapies as well as clubbing with the devices, that is coming under MDR 2017, which was implemented from 2018 onwards. So this is medical device rule. So talking about the first segment, the conventional dosage form or the drug delivery system or the new or innovations which has happened with respect to the chemical moiety, termed as active pharmaceutical ingredients. So here in January 2024, one of the Indian company has launched the new molecule, lasmiditan tablet, following the approval of the DCGI as well as the US FDA. So this particular drug is selective, basically serotonin receptor agonist and diagnosed for the elevated migraine symptoms by interrupting the pain signals to the brain and addressing the nerve inflammation. These tablets are available in the market in two dosage form, like 50 milligram as well as 100 milligram. And coming to the another innovation, sumatriptan, though it's a very old drug, but the device or the dosage form whenever it is coming is considered under the definition of new drug under schedule, say Drug and Cosmetic Act, a definition of 3B under the drugs. So where Dr. Reddy's laboratory DL has got the approval from CDSCO to manufacture and market sumatriptan nasal spray that is in the concentration of 10 milligram per zero point 0.1 ml. And that's also the serotonin agonist. And that narrows the blood vessels in the head, stops the pain signals, and help for blocking the release for certain natural substances that cause the migraine symptoms. So these are the new drugs which has been approved over past 2 years. But emerging therapies has come up from the Dr. Reddy's laboratory again, and that is the very like welcome step and interesting step where they had launched wearable devices called as a Nerivio. So in 2023, Dr. Reddy's laboratory launched this particular device, Nerevio, which is US FDA approved and wearable therapy of the drug. This is the drug-free migraine management. So we can call this as a non-invasive device, and very like innovative step what Dr. Reddy's laboratory has taken up in collaboration with the overseas innovators, that this in a non-invasive device used for the remote electrical neuromodulation. So this is a REN to activate the condition for the pain modulation by simulating the nerves ending. So that initiate the natural pain relieving processes in the brainstorm. So this novelty and the innovative emerging therapy were intended for the acute and preventive treatment of the migraines in the individual, which is they had claimed above the age of 12, and the device need to be worn. Each of the device is offering on the arms. These device need to be worn on the arms, and that particular device is used for 18 sessions for 45 minutes each. So this device is basically users friendly, and also that app can be modulate the flow and the intensity, and where the app can be say downloaded from the Google app as well as the Apple app, and intensity can be maintained for the this one, the migraine. So in nutshell, we can say that developments are offering promising alternative for the traditional pharmacological treatments, potentially reducing even the pill burden by having the medical device and collaboration with the pharmaceutical company for the device for treatments, using device for the treatment, and also enhancing the quality of the life for the migraine sufferers. So continued research for the clinical adoption, such as the therapy which are essential to address the significant morbidity associated with the migraine, especially among the women of the reproductive age group, is a really welcome step and innovative step which has come forward.
Thank you, sir. Talking of innovative treatment, innovations, what current regulatory framework are there to make innovative migraine treatments available and accessible to patients in India early, or any measures to expedited approvals?
Well, as I mentioned, the Drug and Cosmetic Act was there from 1940 and rules 1945 there onwards. But now, like because of the research and the evolutions and the step which has been taken up by the innovator companies across the globe. So we at the CDSCO has introduced new drug clinical trial rule 2019. So there are like two areas which I want to focus majorly for the expedite approval pathways. So in 2019, the CDSCO has introduced NDCT rule to streamline the drug approval. And the key provisions, including one of the key provision is that conditional approval for the orphan or the innovative drugs. So in that particular chapter, the detail is mentioned in the NDCT rule. So just to briefly mention over here, that medicines designed for the rare disease or already approved in the regulated market. So regulated market, just like developed countries, European Unions, United States, Australia, Canada, Japan, etc. So if they had generated the data, that data will have the conditional approval without having the local trial for phase 3. That is indirectly saying that waiver of phase 3 trial for the innovative product. But there is one more condition, that provided the global studies has included Indian patients also as a part of their global clinical trial. And the next step, which is phase 4, that is post-marketing surveillance. So that is also required for the access for the long-term effect of the product. So this is one of the initiative what CDSCO has taken. The other is for the regulatory oversight, where the CDSCO evaluates the efficacy and safety of the new drug based on the foreign trial data. So aligning those global practices and prioritizing the patient access, so that is maintaining the safety standards. So these initiatives have the India's commitment to enhance the healthcare by ensuring timely access of the innovative treatments as well as those for the migraine management. So apart from India's say implemented several more steps as well. Just to quickly summarize a few more, that accelerated approval timelines also have been defined in the NDCT rule, where the pathways allows the conditional approvals and timeline for the market surveillance, and periodic data safety update also need to be submitted for further evaluation for continuing the product till shelf life or to have some more data generation. And there is another part which is a periodic review which happen for the novel treatment, including the novel migraine treatments. We can consider this. So here the priority reviews happens with the officers of CDSCO. And one more provision have been built in NDCT rule, that if any company wants to have the pre-meeting with the officers of the CDSCO, so they can file the submission, submit the requisite fees, and even pre-submission dialogue can also happens. And the international collaborations, we have around 13 MOUs and statement of intent with the international agencies. So these collaborations also for the reliance on the clinical data for global studies, so that more and more clinical studies can be brought to India, and extensive local trial expediting the approval for the innovative treatment can be made available for the Indians. And two major important points also have been implemented by the Indian regulatory agency pertaining to the orphan drug, where even the fees waiver and market exclusivity rights also were defined, and development and swift approval for such therapies are there in place. And the digital initiative were taken under the leadership of Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi and previous DCGI Dr. S. Ishwar Reddy sir, and as well as Dr. VG Somani. They also has initiated the same like maximum things digitalization for submission as well as approval, online approval. So these all steps all together make the speedy clearances and expedite the processes, so that more and more innovative products can be made available to the Indian populations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us despite your busy schedule. Sir, if you can leave, I mean, I understand you have a flight to catch. If you want, you can leave the meeting. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Doctor, for the opportunity. Great opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. My next question is to Dr. Surya Prabha. Coming to the clinical part of the challenges, Madam, what is the clinical outcome with current migraine treatment when you come across a patient with migraine? What is the usual outcome?
Yeah, actually, when we define the migraine, they come into two categories. One is episodic migraine and another one is a chronic migraine. If patient is having very irregular attacks, less than 2 to 3 attacks per month, or occasionally getting, we need not treat them aggressively with the preventive management. Whereas when it comes to the chronic migraine, which is disabling the patients more than 15 days per day, per month, and which is the real troublesome for the society and for the burden for the absenteeism and other things, which impairs the quality of life also. These are the real challenges for the treating this chronic migraine. So usually there are, as earlier told, that there are not much data available for this kind of data in our India. We need to definitely do the research, but according to what clinical experience, what I have is at least 20 to 30% of what migraine cases I see, these people will suffer with whatever treatment we give. They don't respond very well. For that, there is a need for much more research and innovative technology to treat these patients is needed. And in addition to the what Sir told in the beginning, the other doctor, Shah sir. So in that, actually, we need some other drugs are also there in the India. That is the monoclonal antibodies, which are against the they are called anti-CGRP and monoclonal antibodies. Like erinumab is also available, which is useful for this chronic migraine. And there are certain, these are all preventive medicines. So some medicines are there for acute management also. They are novel drugs came in the into the market. They are called ditons, which are serotonergic 5H1F antagonists, which are useful for the acute management, like sumatriptan. They will act very quickly and will not have the side effects of the sumatriptan. These are the new things which are available in the medical management, and there are many other like what Sir told. There are many devices. They are available in India also now. So, but exact amount usually we see there we can give even botulinum toxin also to these patients. Usually, it will be for 20 to 30% of the migraine patients, which is high number of patients. Still, could not respond to many drugs.
Thank you, madam. We keep talking about innovative treatments and innovative devices, but we forget about the cost and how the patient is going to bear that. And that's where the insurance becomes important. So my next question
Yes.
to Dr. Shruti Prabhu. Madam, does current insurance policy provide coverage for public health disease like migraine or any type of chronic headache? If yes, what are the challenges faced by the migraineurs in availing desired health care covered under their policies?
Hello everyone, good afternoon. Firstly, thank you to Dr. Mubashir and her entire team for including us in this panel discussion. So interesting question, and I'd like to break the answer in two parts. The quick answer, which I think most of us will not like, but there is a caveat to it, is that no. Currently, most of the insurance companies would not cover treatments for migraine. Now, what's the caveat to it? See, if you already have some insurance and then there is any surgery or an intervention that is required for it, many companies do cover, especially now with newer players entering the insurance industry, especially ACO, the institute that I come from, Narayana Hrudayalaya or Narayana Health. We also recently launched Narayana Health Insurance. And here we are trying to break the norm, where we are trying to bring innovative insurance products that offer coverage from day one and cover all pre-existing diseases. So again, to give some background to this, we need to understand what does insurance mean, the concept. Most of the times, as consumers of insurance or as customers of an insurance company, we feel cheated, that we've been paying the premium year after year, and then we don't get the coverage when we actually require it the most. We need to understand what is the concept of insurance. Insurance means that a number of people pool in their money so that when one of them, or any of them needs coverage, that money can be used to pay off. Now, migraine is a known disease. Insurance always is for things that there is risk and you don't know. Migraine or diseases or say any pre-existing disease, it could be thalassemia, it could be diabetes, it could be the lifestyle diseases. If they are already present in the person when he goes to apply insurance, then it becomes very tricky. That is why when we go to buy insurance, we should look at the terms and conditions and the fine print in our policy. We should ask questions to the agent. Are you covering pre-existing diseases from day one? What are the waiting periods? There are standard waiting periods, 30-day, 2-year, 3-year. On which diseases is it applicable? Does your disease fall into that bracket? All these questions we should ask the agent or the company from whom we are buying insurance, so that tomorrow when we do a claim, we do not have heartburn. Now the second question which you asked, that what are the common challenges that those people with migraine face? Most important, the cost of treatment. One tablet could be some 60 rupees, 70 rupees. Now, a person who is affording is okay, he can afford. But the problem in our country is the missing middle who cannot afford, and they are just one surgery away from being pushed into poverty. Now, the cost of treatment is OPD basis, so many a times it is not covered. But many new players are, like even ACO, Narayana, HDFC Ergo, Manipal Signa, they are bringing about services that can help you cover the cost of treatment. So there is a subscription fees that you need to pay for an annual basis, and then you get mapped to a doctor. Or say for example, if it is a diabetic, you get mapped to the endocrinologist. If you are, say, migraine, then you'll get mapped to your headache specialist or the internal medicine doctor. And then coverage of your treatment becomes easy. The other problem is nowadays there are many new age therapies, like we hear about robotic surgeries. Similarly, there are new age treatments for migraine or headache, which are anesthetic procedures, like there is a nerve block or a nerve stimulation. All these are nowadays covered under the new age insurance policies. So this is something that you should definitely explore when you are going as a consumer. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for their insightful points. So patient is an important stakeholder, in any treatment process, often gets neglected or often isn't heard. Apart from financial and other burdens, the one more burden or challenge he faces is stigma. The word headache itself is used in a negative way. We say that he's a big headache. So there is a stigma attached with chronic conditions and also with the migraine. So Madam Dr. Pooja Sharma, can you please share your thoughts on stigma associated with migraine and how does it affect patients' willingness to seek help?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mubashir, for this opportunity. So I'm going to talk to all the public health professionals sitting here, and everybody on the dais has spoken from their expertise and their point of views. At any point, just remember that while we are talking about, absence, we're talking about insurance, it's a person we are talking about, right? It's an individual. It's not a public health disease. It's a disease that is being faced by an individual. So it's very important, even as public health experts, to remember that there's a patient behind it. We forget this in clinical medicine, and I'm only beseeching you, please do not forget it in public health. Remember that there's a patient. So there is a stigma, coming to your question, sir. There is stigma, and I think everybody in this audience would have at least one person they know who has migraine, right? And migraine is, this person's a storyteller. Jar ghar mein kaam hota hai, uske sir mein dard ho jata hai. So that, story is there. And that narrative builds so badly that you tend to not even talk about the headache. You try to go through. And, in India, we have the Nirupa Roy syndrome. I really love to call it Nirupa Roy. How many people remember Nirupa Roy? Okay, so there's a generation that remembers Nirupa Roy. Nirupa Roy was all about the world can, I may be dying, but my last roti has to go to my son, right? And that's what happens in India with women with headaches and women with migraines. So it's not only stigma, it's also a narrative that we have created. It's a storytelling that we repeat to ourselves. And I think it's very important to correct that storytelling. I see there is a lot of Gen Z sitting here, and I've lost a few Gen Z, wo aage aaye the, fir chale gaye. But for all the Gen Zs sitting here, you are the guys who can really correct this narrative. I cannot, right? My narrative is set. Your narrative can be corrected. Can we please request you to correct this narrative, correct this, destigmatize it, and I'm sure we can find ways to do it. I'm hoping through this, conversation to hear some solutions also from the audience. So thank you for that.
Thank you, madam. I can relate with, because being a psychiatrist, I know what stigma, how it affects. What your eyes can't see, people believe it's not there. The person is dramatizing. I mean, migraine is nobody's baby. I mean, neurologists, psychiatrists, ENT, everybody keeps seeing migraine. Coming to policies also, it looks it's nobody's baby. We have policies for various diseases. We have national mental health policy. We have policies for tuberculosis, non-communicable diseases. So, Dr. Rajesh Rajan, what are the key gaps in current policies and pertaining to addressing these issues like migraine or other communicable diseases? What gaps have you identified in policies?
Yeah, thank you. Hello. So first of all, I'll congratulate Dr. Mubashir to having such a unique topic. So first, when the topic was allocated, I talked to ma'am that, look, you are given a really difficult job, because during your UG times and during the medical course curriculum, we are hardly exposed to the disease. If you look, similarly, as sir said, there is no such a guideline. So I'll try to basically traverse through the whole situation. What is it, how it is, because mostly we have talked about different segments. So as sir has told that it is no one's baby. So either it is no one's baby or it is everyone's baby. It is totally neglected, right? So what is migraine actually? So it is basically episodic headache, which is associated with basically features like sensitivity to light, sensitivity to sound, sensitivity to movement. And very recently I was going through a few articles specifically done in India, which is associated with hair wash, right? So, and if you look at the prevalence is so high. If I talk about the types, as ma'am has, one of the speakers has already talked about, it has episodic versus chronic. Then again, when it goes into the treatment plan, then again there are two types of migraines, refractory versus resistant, right? So if you look at the data, somewhere around 15% to 25% is the data which is variable. That means people sitting over here, 1/4 are having the migraine. Similarly, there was a study from South India which says that 1 year prevalence is somewhere around 69.3%. Look, as ma'am was rightly saying that we know someone who is basically associated and having this problem. Seconding to your point that yes, there is a stigma to it. And we try to name it as a regular headache, because the moment we say that it is migraine, there is some stigma, which is biased by stereotypes and cultural biases. So looking into all that, what I say at the same time, when we look about the policy implications, first and foremost thing that we don't have anything, right? There is no policy, so we should be doing that. Secondly, yesterday we were talking about 90, 70, 90 in terms of cervical cancer. We have policies like 90, 90, 90 for AIDS. What I feel, similarly, we should be taking it on a campaign mode, and we should be having similar strategy like 90, 90, 90, that 90 of having should be first screened, 90 among them should be getting treatment, and 90% among them should be completing the treatment. The very specific thing about this, it is not a infectious disease, right? That it will be over. So whatever addition is being done, it is adding that pool, right? At the same time, India is turning gray. If you talk about its prevalence, it is more towards the older population. Then we are going towards developing. We are going to become a developed nation. If you look at it correlation with HDI, the more developed countries are having more migraine, right? We were talking about the cost implications. So obviously India is having very less data. And when we talk about data associated with cost implications, UK and US has data. So the economic burden is almost 3 times on the people who are having migraine versus who are not having. Similarly, if you look at the male-female preponderance, female preponderance is much. In Indian study, it has shown 4:3, whereas in US study, it has shown 3:1, right? And if you look at the policy implications, what I say, starting from your point, there should be a focused approach for training and generating awareness among the general population. At the same time, we should be having, because the primary primary point where the patient goes is the primary physician, where basically they are not trained. As I was telling that we are not much exposed to migraine as UG and PG. There should be a focused sensitization program for physicians where a patient coming with a headache or chronic headache should be screened, should be given that time, because we are not used to having that mindset to treat that person as a focus approach. Secondly, apart from that, if you look at the economic burdens, as we are talking about the insurance and all, because India doesn't have much, but when I was basically traversing through various policies and processes which is being done by developed countries, one is having specific guidelines, then holistic approach. Then when we talk about various approaches like having high vulnerable group, so veterans, war veterans, sports persons, people into highly stressed profiles, they should be given a specific preference. Then if I talk in one sentence, what is the main problem of migraine? It is basically under treatment, under recognition. And then when we talk about other things, what all policies we should be doing. Prior authorization is very essential step which can be done because it is not necessarily giving you the IPD, as ma'am was also saying. IPD and surgery is something which insurance industry says that the authorization will be there, the bills will be passed. But it is something which is giving you impact, you are not getting admitted. So similar prior authorization, certain inclusion of those categories into the insurance policies will be a welcome step. Then as Dr. Naresh Sharma was telling that certain devices are there. FDA has basically approved 5 such devices. So considering now we have policy, I'm sure we must be knowing that for 5 countries, whatever drugs and devices are there, India is directly taking and giving approval and giving that CT waiver to them. So all those devices can be used in India, and that helps us in moving ahead. Apart from that, basically celebration of national days, national weeks will basically generate awareness much about the things. Then we can have effective migraine therapy, taking incorporation of natural herbs, remedies. In India, we have Ayush system, so Panchkarma and all, after generating evidence-based data, we can generate a holistic approach to that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Moving back to the clinical part, IT team, may I have online participants on the screen, their appearance? Next question is to Dr. Surya Prabha. Madam, as a clinician, what clinical challenges you face whenever you treat a patient with chronic severe migraine? I mean, what that you think, I wish this could have been this condition, or this could have been the outcome. What challenges you face?
So actually, the first thing is we see it is the disease of women, and migraine is can't seen like any other diseases like fever and where you can measure. So it is only the subjective pain that makes sometimes the other people they can't understand their pain, and people will try to misunderstand them. And some of I have seen many people, mother-in-laws coming complaining about their daughter-in-laws that they are actually making some excuse out of it. So usually these are the things which can't be seen. It is only perceived pains. So that is the first thing. The problem is the people surrounding them sometimes they could not understand what the person is undergoing, and these people actually needs lot of means they have to be isolated. They want to be in a dark room, and they have to be away from all the stimuli, olfactory stimuli and other things, and which are precipitating these attacks. And this is very severe, and makes the patient to not to do any daily living also. Even walking makes them very difficult. So that is for the patient perspective. If we see the doctor's perspective, there are many headaches which will mimic like a migraine. Unless you are a specialist or something, if you know definitely about the migraine, then only it will be difficult. Otherwise, there are certain headaches which will be secondary headaches, which will have a high and which needs immediate care, and we need to image them definitely, and we have to take them to the surgery if there are tumors. If there is any clot is there, we have to give proper medications. So for there is it is also a diagnostic dilemma also for certain people who are not having expertise for knowing this. And the third one is the cost. So we need to have, there are many medications which have lesser cost also available. And sometimes if they don't respond also, we need to go for the higher cost medications, which is very difficult for any normal middle class person to take care. So like I told you, if the patient has chronic migraine, taking the high end medications like Erinumab, which is CGRP monoclonal antibodies, which costs around 25,000 per month, is very difficult for them. So, and even if you give for the chronic migraine people, if you suggest them something like a botulinum toxin also, it is also very costly. So for the high end people, it is the cost also makes a lot of difference, and they have to earn for their migraine also. So, and in addition to the what they go undergo, like absenteeism, because of that they lose their salary and other things. We saw the stigma also associated with that will sometimes it will make them and not to report the properly about their migraine things also will be there. And these are the main challenges which we face for the migraine. And despite having so many things also, sometimes having so many stimulation devices or blocking devices, sometimes patient will still suffer with the migraine.
Thank you, madam. Thanks for summing up it so nicely. So, madam talked about cost, and now the ball is again in the court of insurance, people. So, given we discussed how what challenges, opportunities a patient have when it comes to taking insurance benefits for migraine. Madam, what do you suggest? Like, what specific changes can be made to private insurance, companies in order for better coverage of migraine expenditure for a patient?
Good question again, and I think this is the need of the hour. So as we know, the medical industry is heavily regulated. Similarly, the insurance industry is also heavily regulated by the government, and the regulatory authority is called as IRDA, or the Insurance Regulatory Authority of India. And in the past, they had very rigid framework. So any insurance company, if they have to delve into health, they need certain licenses, and they had a certain framework within which only they could operate. But now, in the last 4 or 5 years, many of its guidelines have become very flexible because they faced a lot of flack by patient advocacy groups, not just for migraine really, but for rare diseases, for diabetes type 1, where children are on insulin and they don't get covered by insurance. So a number of representations were made to IRDA by different patient advocacy groups, because of which they were forced to make their regulations flexible, so that now insurance companies can make products that are more patient friendly. Now, does it mean that it will be cheap or available at a very cheap cost? That is not the issue. What happens is that as you provide more services, the cost of I remember my grandparents would tell me that in their age, if you look at the food item chicken, that was very costly. But you look at now, chicken, is available at every nook and corner. So the cost of certain food prices have gone down. Can we say the same about healthcare? Is it that, the cost of bypass surgery or a cardiac stent was say 1 lakh in the past, and now it is mere 30-40,000, with Ayushman Bharat and all those schemes? No. The cost of healthcare is rising, and it will continue to do so. So that is why the government and IRDA have come in together where we can have different products for different diseases, whether it is migraine, diabetes type 1. As you know, the retail health insurance does not cover maternity. As group health, corporates as group health cover, maternity benefit could be there. But if you and or me, as retail health insurance, maternity is not covered. So similarly, and especially, for diseases like migraine and headache, where say, the problem is faced by the patient daily, and it's not just once, you cannot predict when that migraine attack will come up. It can happen several times in a day. So that patient really faces trouble day in and day out. So that is why we can have products that are catered to the condition, because it is not one size fits all. So I think there should be more advocacy from patient groups also to make IRDA and the insurance lobby in general to think, ponder, and come out with innovative products. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, madam. And as we all are aware, without proper awareness, no treatment policy is going to be very beneficial. So my next question is to Dr. Pooja Sharma. So what are some patient advocacy group driven initiatives that focus on migraine and headache? And can you highlight any successful campaigns or programs that have made significant impact on people with migraine or any other non-communicable disorders?
So when you asked this question in the morning, I actually tried to Google it, and I do not know of any, right? At least in India. There are American groups that whenever you put out, there's 10 American groups in this space. Patient advocacy per se as a space in India is a very nascent space. But you must have seen in the last 5 years, in the rare disease space, they have actually ensured that the advocacy is so strong that a rare disease policy has come up, right? The government had to face that. Rare disease is an example that I can think of which should be used for diseases like this. And I'm seeing, I work with some childhood cancer and other cancer groups, multiple myeloma groups, and I see there the advocacy has started. So they push for the right kind of research. They push for patient parameters to be put in the research, patient outcomes of interest to be put in the research, not just patient reported outcomes, which was what is the regulatory requirement, but patient outcomes of evidence that matter to the patient themselves. So a lot of quality indicators are put in by patient advocacy groups. As we've heard, I think from everybody, it's very important in this space of migraine. There is no real world evidence. There is no data in India, right? That is a big gap. We are a big country, the population is immense, and we have no data. So I urge all the public health professionals sitting here, including Dr. Mubashir, to actually be able to create some kind of real world registry, right? You are young teens. You have a very strong undergraduate, postgraduate group. Can they be used to create a registry which includes patient evidence questions that are relevant to patients? Can we have that as a commitment from this conference? The second thing I think is that, while we are doing awareness, to do days and all that is a very global vision, right? And it's a very policy level vision that sir has spoken of. But it has to come from the grassroots as well. Now, grassroots engagement, I think, is done best again by my favorite generation, the Gen Z, right? They do an immense amount of impactful connect. Can we use their connect, their network? So I was speaking to friends in the morning, and my brainstorming sometimes happens with my son a lot for these things. So he said that, Mom, it might be fun to have kids who have moms with migraines to actually create a group. And they will probably be more impactful, right? So maybe children with migraine moms, or I don't know, I'm sure they can think of a name better than I can. So something like that, something which is small but will create a movement is what patient advocacy is all about. And patient advocacy, the beauty of it is it requires one person to start. It does not require the government of India behind you. So I'm only hoping from this that somebody somewhere will listen to it and start two things, real world evidence creation with patient advocacy as a patient-oriented evidence that matters as a part of it. And second, engagement at the grassroots level to create awareness.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
I think we are moving to the end of this panel discussion with one last question. I would like either Dr. Dheeraj Shah or Rajesh Ranjan to take up this question as to how can occupational health policies, I think Dr. Rajesh Ranjan will take this. How can occupational health policies be adopted to address the needs of migraine patients more effectively? He's there. Sir, would you like to take this question, or shall I ask Dr. Rajesh to respond?
I think Dr. Rajesh can respond better because he has training in occupational health. So I invite Dr. Rajesh. Yeah.
Sir. So looking into various aspects, most of the topics has been mostly covered, but if I like to basically summarize it as, so first and foremost thing, as it is a wonderful initiative and I congratulate organizers, so we should be generating a white paper or some document which we could submit to the NCD and appropriate authorities. Then a few aspects as we were talking about the cost. So first and foremost thing is basically having a formal treatment protocol and following that protocol, that if that higher drugs should not be started with the patients who are having initial symptoms. Then secondly, putting into price regulation, few drugs should be put into DPCU, which will help a lot because the prevalence is so much. Then as ma'am was saying, that very few NGOs and organizations are there which are working, and if they are working, they are not on national level. If you look at our developing counterparts, Migraine Trust, there are so many organizations who are working. Then step therapy and basically non-medical switching, which I was talking about for holistic healing with generation of evidence-based research. And this in turn calls for research funding because research funding is not there. When you look at the subtopics which comes for research from any funding agency, this is not in one of the major areas. So what I suggest, whenever this kind of funds come or research priorities come, you should be looking at the prevalence, morbidity and mortality of the diseases, and that should be included. Then looking for Center for Excellence, if you look at the chains like Cloud9, fortunately I was a director of a Cloud9. So if you look at the portion of population who is basically dealing into this delivery at one point of time 2 to 5%. Whereas if the percentage of population is up to 20%, we are not having a single center for excellence for migraine. So if I had to go, as you said, the accountability is not there. You will end up to physicians, you will end up to neurologists, you will end up to psychiatrists. So some one-point solution has to be made where the people, where the physicians are oriented and the appropriate treatment can be done. Thank you.
If I may just add one point here, because sir said, so there are pain clinics that have come up. There are several startups now that are doing small pain clinics, and they're doing some excellent work in this space. And I think we should engage them. It's young people, it's integrated, the doctors are integrated, the treatment is integrated. This data collection could actually support advocacy for good insurance policies. It could support advocacy to the government for improving policies. So more young youth should engage in something like a pain clinic.
Thank you, madam. So with this, we'll come to end of this panel discussion. I personally enjoyed it because points were coming from very different point of views, domains. Usually we just engage in clinical discussions. We don't go beyond that. So thank organizers for this wonderful opportunity. And now I hand over the session to chairpersons.
Yes, as you have rightly said that headache is a headache for the patient and also for the doctors. So we have had a very insightful session. Just to supplement to Dr. Rajesh Ranjan, that regarding the barriers of the policies for this migraine, because we have seen that patients are taking over-the-counter medications mostly for headaches, maybe after the antacids. So at one side the awareness is less, but again on another side, if it is not otherwise proved, patient thinks that if there is headache, it is of migraine. So somewhat it is overestimated to some extent. So for the patients and for the doctors also, as it's not that kind of organ structural disease, so there's no specific test to that. So it should be the ruling out and the clinical judgment, whereas it is the other way around. So people are thinking that they are having migraines if they have severe headache or not. So that has to be taken care of during the policy and all. So, thank you.
Point well taken, sir.
I would like to extend my gratitude to our esteemed panelists who participated both virtually and in person. Now, I request Dr. Dhrubajyoti Devnath to felicitate.
I have something to speak.
Yeah, sure, sir.
So first of all, I'm extremely thankful to the organizers for taking up this topic on migraine. Because it's a very important topic, and usually we don't see such type of topic in conferences. From 2019, we run our family medicine OPD. Daily we see about 150 to 200 patients, out of which at least 10 to 15 patients we see of these headache disorders, out of which many patients are of migraine. And especially what we discussed about chronic migraine, really difficult to treat, so many challenges are there. And all the speakers were excellent, they covered all the topics in excellent manner. Dr. Dheeraj Shah spoke on the disability and the lack of data on the migraine, and Dr. Naresh Sharma, he spoke on the emerging therapy and the newer drugs. And it was very nice to know that there is sumatriptan nasal spray which has come, so which we can use, and also about the medical devices he has told to us. And Dr. Surya Prabha he has told about the acute and chronic, management of acute and chronic migraine. Dr. Shruti Prabhu, she talked about the cost and insurance part. Very nice to know about that. Dr. Pooja Sharma spoke about the stigma associated with this disease and other aspects. And Dr. Rajesh Ranjan sir, he spoke about this 90-90-90 concept, very new to me. Nice to know that, about the screening, treatment, and completing the treatment and the holistic approach. Coming to patient advocacy, we discussed that there should be patient advocacy for this. I think there is only one disease where the patient advocacy is highly successful, that is HIV, if I am right. People have come together and fought for their rights and have established a lot of changes in the system. So I hope it takes in this place also, in this migrant also. I'm really thankful to the organizers for giving me this opportunity to come as the chairperson for this session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Dr. Dhrubajyoti Devnath to felicitate our esteemed panelists, Dr. Rajesh Ranjan and Dr. Pooja Sharma. And I request Dr. Somnath Naskar to felicitate our panelists, Dr. Shruti Atul Prabhu.
May I now request Dr. Archana Patil, Retired Director General of Health Services, Government of Maharashtra, to felicitate our chairperson, Dr. Dhrubajyoti Devnath. Thank you, ma'am. I now request Dr. Mausami Basu, Treasurer, IPHA, to felicitate our chairperson, Dr. Somnath Naskar. May I request Dr. Archana Patil to felicitate the other chairperson? Thank you, ma'am. I now request Dr. Tambe, Professor, Department of Community Medicine, to felicitate Dr. Bhimsen Tekalaki as a token of our appreciation.
We acknowledge this session was sponsored by Pfizer. We request the representative, Dr. Vikas, to please come on the stage and accept our token of appreciation.
Thank you, ma'am. With this, we conclude our session. Thank you, everybody, for joining us.
Hello. Dr. Vijita Shastri is available here. Thank you, sir. Welcome, everyone. I am Dr. Ashwin Naik.
I'm Dr. Shukrani Dhawan.
It's our honor and privilege to invite our esteemed chairpersons to lead the scientific session on artificial intelligence in healthcare, innovations, challenges, diplomacy, and future horizons. Now, I request the esteemed chairpersons for this session to come on the dais. Welcome, sir. Welcome, ma'am.
Today, on the dais, we have Dr. A.S. Vanmute, Professor and HOD, Department of Community Medicine, USM KLE IMP Belgavi. Dr. Dipti M.K., Professor, Department of Community Medicine, Jain Medical College, Belgavi. And Dr. Diptakanti Mukhopadhyay, Professor and HOD, Community Medicine, Sagor Datta Medical College, Kolkata. Sir will join us shortly.
Now, I kindly request Dr. A.S. Vantamute sir to introduce the first speaker for the session, Mr. Prashant Balraj.
Good afternoon, everybody. We'll be starting the session on artificial intelligence. First speaker of this session is Prashant Balraj, the group product manager, and he is attached to Advani Institute for Artificial Intelligence, and his achievements are artificial intelligence powered TB screening with cuff sounds, led the development of an artificial intelligence based TB screening tool, achieving 70% specificity and 90% sensitivity, while building the world's largest TB cuff repository. Second is automated line probe assay, LPA, interpretation, led the development of an artificial intelligence tool for automated LPA result reading 97% accuracy, integrated into NI, XAY and validated by ICMR for nationwide deployment. Third, vulnerability mapping for TB, created an artificial intelligence driven TB vulnerability mapping tool using special data and remote sensing, optimizing active case finding efforts for targeted intervention. Next, TB Arogya Sathi, designed and launched India's official TB patient app, achieving 4.5 plus rating and 320,000 plus downloads and 80,000 plus monthly active users in just 2 years. And lastly, NI share payment module, product lead for designing the specifications for patient and treatment provider incentive schemes, enabling rupees 700 crore in annual disbursement under National Tuberculosis Elimination Program. Now I request Prashant Balraj to commence with his talk.
Good afternoon, everyone.
I'd like to thank the IPHA and the organizing committee for inviting me to talk on this topic about our work in TB. So I'll be talking about how AI is transforming TB care cascade in India and our work with the Central Tuberculosis Division. So just to give an overview about my organization, I work for Vadvani AI, which is basically a non-profit organization creating AI solutions in social sector. So our organization was founded by the Honorable Prime Minister in 2018. At Vadvani AI, our mission is to develop AI solutions in social sector. Our three pillars of work is with respect to developing models in social sector, working with the respective government departments, and then integrating it into the respective national programs and continuously evaluating it. So we have a team of AI developers, product managers, engineers, and public health experts working closely with the government to get our solutions integrated to the respective national programs. So our mission is not to build any standalone applications, but to build the applications and get it integrated with respect to the respective national programs. Coming to TB, we are the official AI partners for the Central Tuberculosis Division. So we have a team of around 30 people who are data scientists, public health experts, and product managers working closely and having a team at the Central Tuberculosis Division. So we build products across various continuing care of in TB, and also along with that, we also support the CTD in data analytics and building visualizations to monitor the progress of program in the country. So TB remains a leading infectious disease across the globe. India leads it. Although we have a strong national program, we still face issues in identifying TB cases and making diagnosis in a faster manner and reduce the adverse outcome. So we have come out with 4 different use cases in TB, which covers the different aspects of the problem statements across TB. So the first problem space in TB which we have taken is with respect to TB surveillance. The most important part in TB screening is to identify where we should conduct the active case finding campaigns actually. So currently the program selects these places based on historical case count and local intelligence. So what we have come out is that we are using open source geospatial, programmatic, and historical data, and then we visualize what are the hotspots in the respective jurisdiction for the district tuberculosis authorities to go and conduct active case finding campaign. So we use more than 40 plus spatial and programmatic data to compute this and plot it over the graph. And this is being currently used in Uttar Pradesh and Assam for the 100 days TB campaign owing to the World TB Day. The next step is with respect to TB screening actually. So the traditional TB screening methodologies tend to miss out asymptomatic and partially symptomatic cases. WHO World TB report says that nearly 30 lakh people globally and 3 lakh people in India are being missed out for TB. So we have come out with a screening-based solution which just uses your mobile phone with the use of solicited cough of an individual and reported symptoms. One can identify if they have presumptive pulmonary TB or not. So this particular solution doesn't require any additional devices. It just requires an Android phone to make the screening as a point of care device. The current solution has a sensitivity of around 91% and a specificity of 69%. So we have deployed this across 10 states in India, and we have screened around 1.15 lakh people. And we have identified that AI has been able to bring an additional yield of 14 to 16%, which is usually missed in traditional methods. And all these 14 to 16% cases are asymptomatic or partially symptomatic cases. Currently, the solution is being evaluated by ICMR. Once it is evaluated, this solution will be integrated into TB Arogya Sati, which is the official patient-facing app for TB, and into other e-telemedicine platforms like eSanjeevani and other things. And we also have developed it as a software development kit, which can be easily integrated into any state-specific applications also. The next solution that we have developed is in the diagnosis space, that is the line probe assay. Line probe assay is a test which is used to identify drug resistance of first line and second line TB drugs. So this particular test involves a labor-intensive process of reading the strips in the microbiological sheet. So this causes a lot of data entry errors and interpretation errors, and also the time taken to enter the results into the National Health MIS platform Nikshay. Also, it consumes nearly 2 to 3 hours of the data entry operator and the lab technicians in the laboratory. So what we have done is that, like, we have come up with a computer vision based solution where the lab technician just has to take a photo of this sheet or directly scan it, and the AI will interpret the results, and the microbiologist can verify it. There is a human in the loop, which is also built as part of the responsible AI framework, and it is directly integrated to the diagnostic module of Nikshay. And the solution has been already validated by ICMR, and we have the ministry's approval to launch it across all the 97 culture and drug sustainability testing labs across the country. Soon after March World TB Day, this will be deployed across all these laboratories. So then next solution which we have is a predictive solution, which is prediction of adverse TB outcome. The two adverse outcomes that we are predicting are loss to follow-up and mortality. Although loss to follow-up is just 3%, loss to follow-up is a very important adverse outcome because these loss to follow-up patients would in turn become drug sensitive to drug-resistant TB patients, which is even more difficult for the national program to track, and also mortality. So both mortality and loss to follow-up among TB patients happens within first 1 month of treatment actually. So it is very important to have intensified interventions for the most high-risk patients. So what we have developed is that based on the basic parameters, comorbidity, age, and the resistance pattern in which TB has been detected, based on all these information that is already available in Health MIS, we are categorizing a TB patient as a high risk or a low risk, and high risk patients are then given intensified interventions compared to the low risk patients. And we deploy these solutions across 9 states in India, and we did a before after study, and we have seen there is a 27% reduction in the adverse outcome rate. And this solution also has the ministry's approval to be integrated into the national platform Nikshay, and it will be available inside the national platform. So to conclude actually, so we are not building any additional standalone solutions, we are building AI solutions as part of the national program and getting it integrated into the respective Health MIS. And AI is also not going to replace any healthcare worker force. It's just going to act as an enabler to help take better decisions and improve data entry for healthcare workers to have real-time data for them for better use. Thank you.
You told me there are special smartphones are used to identify the sounds.
Yes, sir.
In what way they are different from our common smartphones we use? Is there any difference?
It's a normal Android phone, sir. Any phones can be used actually.
So with the same phones
Yes.
also we can identify?
Yes, the application is available in Play Store.
App has to be
downloaded, and using solicited cough sounds and with reported symptoms, you can get the results actually.
I see.
And
so
it is
in all the centers you have provided the smartphones?
currently only in certain health and wellness centers it is being deployed wherever the state has required. It is not yet available for common public to use it. Post ICMR approval, we will make it available in TB Arogya Sati and e-Sanjeevani platforms.
The person has to be trained for that?
Yes, sir.
To identify the sound?
No, so the AI model gives the inference. You just need to input the cough sound and the symptoms, and the AI model will give you the inference, whether it is presumptive or non-presumptive. If it is presumptive, then they are in turn sent for further diagnostic confirmation for TB.
Since how long this has been incorporated in the program?
Last 1.5 years. Sir.
1.5 years?
Yes.
So has it made any impact as far as the diagnosis is concerned?
So we have screened around 1.1 lakh people, out of which the app has flagged around 20,000 people, out of which 6,000 people went for further testing. We confirmed around 400 confirmed TB cases. Out of that, 80% of the cases were having both traditional NTP guidelines, the forest symptom, and AI also was able to classify. 15% of the cases which the AI didn't, which the NTP program didn't catch, but AI was able to catch it just using the cough sound analysis actually. So these were basically asymptomatic and partially symptomatic cases which could have been missed by traditional methods.
So, yeah, in addition to the diagnosis, as far as treatment is concerned, again, AI has made an impact on the outcome of the treatment outcome.
Yes, sir. One thing is that we are flagging high-risk patients actually, and intensified interventions is being done actually, meaning the health visitor visits them and gives them counseling, and then if it's an comorbidity patient and HIV patient, then ART medications are done. So based on the deployment actually, 27% adverse outcome reduction has happened in the states where this tool has been implemented compared to their previous year actually. So we did a before and after kind of a step.
It is in early stage.
It's in a very
Still
early
time has
stage, sir.
to
And
pass on, and then you
yes,
have to wait and watch in due course of time.
so the thing is that, sir, both their solutions, we had deployed it outside the program actually. So now we want to get it integrated into Nikshay, which is the national platform for TB patient monitoring. So we want to do a couple of pilots in few states and then see the learnings and then scale it up accordingly, because we just don't build applications or AI tools alone. We want to see the learnings from the deployment and modify the guidelines and take it up for pan-India uptake.
Thank you.
Any questions from the audience? Thank you, sir, for your crisp presentation.
Thank you, sir, for an outstanding presentation. Your research and insights will surely guide and inspire further discussions in this field.
We will now continue with the next speaker for the session. I would like to kindly request Dr. Dipti MK to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Vijay Shastri.
Our next speaker is Mr. Vijay Shastri, who is a business advisor and startup evangelist. He belongs to Bangalore Bio Innovation Center. Sir is having a vast experience in AI with 30 years of work experience in operations, technology, and industry, startups, investment banking with focus on growth and expansion. He worked with companies like one of the top companies like Taj Hotels, NASCOM, Dexter, and Standard Chartered Bank accounts. So sir has a vast experience of working with one of the premier institutes of India. So over to you, Sir Vijay, sir. He is mainly speaking on how AI and automation in healthcare, how we can use healthcare data, modernization of healthcare data using the artificial intelligence is his topic. Over to you, sir.
Hello, everyone. Very, very good day. Not a tough situation where everyone's had lunch and feeling a bit sleepy, but let me try to make it as useful and interesting as possible for the people here on the stage as well. Okay, so I would be talking about transforming healthcare through data-driven insights. Why? Because healthcare data is there. It is not accessible to all, and we definitely want to understand what are the opportunities for hospitals and entrepreneurs. So I'll be addressing two specific audiences here. So yes, what are the various, it is a game changer. We all know what has been happening in the last few years, and some of the very specific areas, especially because of the patient engagement and personalized medicine, treatment planning. We are a huge country, we have our problems, and we all know that it is a city is different, the villages and non-urban areas sometimes is a little tough to access. And I want to just emphasize something that even what Prashant said, like, and I say this, doctors and nurses are not indispensable or whatever. They are going to be the fulcrum. They have to be involved in everything that is happening because AI is a technology. It has to be utilized by the healthcare professionals to the optimum thing. And yes, let's also remember that healthcare professionals are human beings. They get tired. They work very, very hard, and it's not that part is never appreciated. That physically, mentally, it's very draining. So maybe technology can be leveraged to make their life much, much, much more easier, so that they can deliver better. So let me tell you a small story. Just last month, I was moderating a panel with some healthcare entrepreneurs, and a very famous surgeon who's an entrepreneur and India's leading robotic surgeon. So one of the wonderful audience asked him, like, if everything the robo is doing and technology is doing, what are you doing? So there was full silence for a few seconds. And the doctor was looking with, real fire in his eyes at the person who asked. Then he calmed down and he said, think about this. I direct that robo. I give the inputs. I tell exactly what has to be done and how to, do the operation, etc. It just makes my life easier, but it listens to what I have to say. So technically speaking, it is still controlled by the doctor, but he can do more operations. The cost of operations comes down. He can do it with more accuracy, and he can use the strength of the robo to save his energy and do better and better for the patients. So that was a very interesting and nice analogy. Just think about this. I mean, I remember when we used to first started using our smartphones, we used to have 10 MB memory, 100 MB memory, then it became 1 GB, and now even 128, 256, 1 TB is not enough. So just think of the kind of data that a patient, I think this is an old figure, 80 megabytes. I think it's no longer valid. It might be even double or triple of that because so many things are involved. So what do we do with that data? How can we make sure that this data is optimized and used for the healthcare professional and the patient? So I think this is something that we must, it's evolving, it's work in progress, but the potential is massive. There are challenges. We must remember that this data is extremely fragmented. It's very difficult even for hospitals to share data with each other if the patient comes. Sometimes it's inefficient. In fact, the sale of smart watches is coming down. And everyone is saying that whatever data, the fitness data, etc., that is being collected, we don't know how accurate it is. So what's going to happen next? Is it that the devices get better? Is there a way to make sure that the quality is of much better value? So we really don't know what's going to happen. I mean, we're being very honest here because it's evolving by the day. But yes, the technology is important, and healthcare, because there are human beings involved, it can make a lot of difference. And yes, in all these things that are going, we must realize and understand that there is huge benefits. If this machine learning algorithms can, go through the data, they can diagnose the disease earlier. Isn't that not a very wonderful thing to happen? Is that not an advantage for humanity? Of course it is. Then it is being used to detect cancer through imaging. I think many of you all know about a startup, I'm going to mention it later, called Niramai, which Dr. Geeta is doing, where they do this best mammography. They have saved so many lives. And I think that is something that ultimately is the most important thing. Of course, diabetic retinopathy is something else, especially in rural areas where doctors are not enough, the clinics are not enough. There are so many other use cases that we can talk about. And of course, at the same time, we must recognize that India has a problem. We have the rural and urban healthcare situation. We have a huge, significant rural population, people who are farmers, people who are working in the fields, and who are so important for us, but the healthcare facility for them is not the best. Of course, during the pandemic, it did create a lot of telemedicine opportunities, a lot of people started believing in that, and then the speed of data, the accuracy of images improved, and because of that, remote consultations actually were working better. And real-time health and data sharing solutions are there in the market, getting better, which will really help the conditions of the patients and, of course, the nation's health. These are some things that all of you all are aware of. The electronic health records, clinical decision-making systems, where you can use AI and then a predictive analysis, which can actually be used to prevent people from falling sick or early detection of any kind of diseases. It's improving by the day, and we hope to do more. Of course, so many other applications are there. The data is collected, AI is being used for so many other things. I spoke about the robotics that is there, and clinical trials are there. I think drug discovery also, it's going to come out by doing the analysis of the data. Drugs can come out into the market much faster. Personalized medicine can be given. And yes, of course, hospitals, they are so important for everything that is happening in our country. And what is happening over there, improving the patient outcomes and experiences, operational experience is getting better, reducing cost, because we do know that medical cost for the patient is very, very high. Even with insurance, you have so many other fees that you have to pay that it's going to become difficult. And yes, we want to get great staff. We don't want to lose the best of our people to other industries. They should be happy to work in terms of healthcare and taking care of patients, and they get very tired. It's very physically very, very tough in the healthcare industry. So how can AI and modern technology be used to make the lives of the healthcare professionals better? I think that's something that we can always work on. Of course, we all know this. I know I'm preaching to the choir that modernizing healthcare data will really make a big difference to the patient, to the outcomes, reducing cost, and make the doctors and nurses' life much easier. The benefits, once again, I'm just like a summary kind of thing where it's reducing the cost, reducing the stress levels. We talked about that. People are quitting their jobs, they're getting tired, and they're not taking the right decisions. But how can we help them to take better decisions? And how can we improve the diagnosis? How can we save time? So these are definitely some, proven advantages. But with the help of all your wonderful professionals, how can it be made better? Applications, again, this is something that everyone knows about. It's also making sure that whether it is in mobile apps or it's in precision medicine or it's discovering of various drugs, etc., there's so much more that we can do. And the speed at which healthcare is going to improve in our country will make a difference for our country. So it's actually a nation building exercise as well. Success stories, these are again out there in the open that Apollo and Fortis have done very well on that. And I spoke about Nirmay, which is the AI-powered breast cancer screening solution. They have really made a difference. And not just them, there are many, many more. In fact, Dr. Adil is also here from the Bangalore Bioinnovation Center, and he's going to be speaking next. And we have been working with so many startups who are doing some incredible work from the medtech or life sciences space as well. So yes, these are some of the opportunities that for entrepreneurs in the room, what can they do? Where can they see commercialization and where can they see entrepreneurial opportunity? Healthcare solutions for hospitals and clinic, data analytics platform for population health management, telemedicine, we spoke about that. And yes, definitely medical device development using AI and IoT. So that way the devices can come into the market faster and they can face up to all the regulatory aspects in a much better way so that they don't lose too much of money in just innovating and waiting for it to come to market. Yes, we do have challenges. Data privacy, it's a perennial question. No answers that are fully satisfactory to everyone. And we definitely want to make sure, and this is something that we at Bangalore Bioinnovation Center have a mandate as well, and how can we make the collaborations within hospitals, entrepreneurs, and policymakers, which is the government, which is you doctors themselves, what can we do better? So we would like to be a facilitator, we would like to play a role, and we are now also in Bagalkot, by the way. Expansion plans are there to other cities beyond Bengaluru, but anyone who would like to come across, visitors, please get in touch with either me or Dr. Adil. We'll be happy to help. Now, why Bangalore Bioinnovation Center? And it's not because, remember, we are backed by the government. So we can actually do a lot more for the, a lot of students came to us that we want to get internships. We want to work with some great startups. So maybe that's something that we can do. We can definitely help the community. We can also help in getting investment opportunities. I know that a lot of doctors are there in the room who would like to invest in some of and back some of these startups or back some of the initiatives. Maybe we can help them to get to know what is happening in the market. And I'll always say this. I did tell you one story in the beginning. Now, why did I say this? Is that we have to have the ability, and I'm talking to the entrepreneurs in the room now. Okay, how will the entrepreneurs move ahead? How will they create stories that will want the hospitals, the doctors to want to collaborate better and closer to them? That's what we would also like to help them with, because we believe in the startups. They are very hardworking, they're visionaries, but they need the guiding light, the support from doctors, and of course the hospitals, and maybe the colleges. I think KLE is doing some incredible work. So how can they help the students better? Yes, we want to help them to great decks. They have to understand their audience better, and they do play a vital role. I mean, and we should not say that we are in Belgaum, there might be hardly any entrepreneurs, no success stories, but that means there is a potential. So we also want to tell the startup entrepreneurs here that when you're pitching, whether it's to the doctors, to the hospitals, or to the people that you want to work or collaborate with or take grants from, because as you know, Karnataka has got that Elevate grant as well. You have to really get into the mind of your investors, create your own compelling story, avoid jargon and everything, be confident, and show that you can make a difference. Just a thought process here that when you talk to investors, why should they fund you? Why should they back you? What is so important for them to back you up, and what is your competitive advantage is something important. They must see the passion, they must see the skills, they must see that you care and you want to make a difference and you know how to get customers. Money, understand money, and I think a lot of these things can be solved. You all know about Starbucks, you all know about Apple, we know about the Indian success stories as well. We see how Zerodha in the non-healthcare is doing so well. There are so many other healthcare. I would like to give a shout out to 5C. The founder is Kalyan. So he has built a platform for radiology. So doctors can use the help of his analysts to get to the information faster and better. So that way the patient can also get an outcome much faster. So just giving some examples like this, because they make a thing, and yes, show the commitment. I know that we're talking about AI, healthcare, data, but entrepreneurs in the room do matter, because they will be the ones who are building the next generation products. We also want to acknowledge that when we're talking about AI in India, there are problems. There is economic disparity. We should not run away from it. Maybe most of us are the privileged class, but we also need to look at the 70-80% of the population who do not have access, who do not have money, who do not have an understanding of what is possible for them. And yes, we have to bring people together. Again, I'm saying whether it's developer community, the public, colleges. At Bangalore Bioinnovation Center, we are happy to play a role, and Dr. Adil is also here to talk to later. And yes, we just want to make sure that we want to encourage hospitals and entrepreneurs. Please leverage AI. We do a lot of courses, by the way, at a very nominal price or free, which is available for entrepreneurs, for hospitals, for medical professionals to really learn. And if there are some subject matter experts who want to reach out to us because they won't like to do some workshops, we are happy to accommodate them and talk to them. So with this, I would just on the behalf of team BBC and of course Madam Ikrup Kaur, who is the Secretary of the ITBT department, we would like to thank everyone and hope this was something of value. Happy to connect, happy to talk. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to ask one question.
Yes, sir. I'll try my best to answer, sir. You're a very tough guy to...
No. Because I have got those doubts in my mind. I
Yes,
think
sir.
you are the right person to answer those.
Sure.
It's a very simple question. If the quality of the machine which you have manufactured or you using is of a low quality, if it gives the wrong readings, wrong data, and if you believe it and go ahead with your treatment policy, will not the patient affected?
Of course, sir. You're absolutely right.
So how you take care of that?
Yes, sir. So there are two elements to this, sir. So ultimately, the decision is that of the professional, whether it is the doctor, the nurse, everything, number one. They will also be doing the side-by-side parameters to validate that whether the diagnosis or the readings or it is matching what they are seeing physically. Okay, so nothing can take away from the expertise, the understanding of the physical aspect of it and experience. Number one. Number two, what you're talking about is equipment which has not been tested, approved. But then that's why the stringent processes which are to get even better are being put into place by the hospitals. In fact, because I used to also work with the Center of Excellence at NASCOM, and we used to work very closely with hospitals. Even at BBC, Bangalore Bionation and Innovation Center, we work with them. There are a lot of tough tests that are being done on the equipment, sir. Having said that, yes, if the equipment is failing, how do you know it's failing? The technicians must be around to make sure that they're checking that equipment, but the final decision is to the healthcare professionals, sir. Totally. That cannot be taken away. There is no substitute. And they are careful because it's after all their reputation online. So they'll be careful. But speed can be done and they can match their understanding with what the machine is saying. So that, that speed is taken care of.
Because I am sorry to say, the quality of machines which are manufactured in India, many of the times they are not up to the standard when compared to other.
So I think this is something that the entrepreneurs in the room should also get into, sir. You're absolutely right. But I appreciate what you're saying, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. One more thing.
Sir.
Many people now, learned people are worried that AI in due course of time, it may replace the doctors, all the healthcare delivery people, because machine itself will do everything. How far true it is?
It's not true, sir. The human being, especially the doctor, will not go away. But it is like this. Imagine that, and we know this, whether it's in government hospitals, otherwise also, look at the queue of people who are waiting for treatment, diagnosis, the initial thing. This will save a lot of time, lot of energy, the human fatigue matter. That aspect would be really supported by the help of using technology. But there is no substitute for a nurse. There is no substitute for a doctor. Technology is their servant. Technology is a tool that they can use smartly to understand the diagnosis and to get summaries, but they still will do their own due diligence. But the speed at which they can do it and the way that the data can be analyzed very, very fast to get a proper report. And also we know that supposing you're today in Belgaum, tomorrow you're traveling, you're in say Bangalore, Bombay, you have some sicknesses. When you go to the hospital, instead of starting from zero for the doctor or whatever, you already have some information that they can use and then they can do some quicker tests and they can know what exactly is wrong. So these are the advantages that are happening, sir.
But one more point is the human touch, which is lacking in the field.
So the human touch is important, but then see, we have a genuine problem, don't we? We don't have enough healthcare professionals, especially in rural areas. So how do you address that problem? Yes, you can educate more people, you can do that, but at least some initial information that can help in decision making can be made available by these machines, by technology, by the good screen. See, the way the screens are getting improved, you can actually study the patient much better. Yes, sir. Ma'am, I think you want to ask something, or you're telling me to stop.
Nothing. I just want to tell that what sir was telling. Whatever is fed, only that the AI can do.
Yes,
because
yes. Input is from human beings.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Medicine is challenging.
Yeah.
Every now and then you have newer things. I think how TB was manifested 10 years or 2 years before, every time it keeps changing. So human brain is superior to AI, whatever.
Of course, ma'am, no question.
So whatever sir is telling, I just
yes.
mainly only for the initial screening and things.
Correct.
More cost-effective way of
Yes.
using in healthcare.
Yes, ma'am, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
True.
Ultimately, man only has developed the apps of AI.
Correct, sir. Correct.
Man is superior, no doubt about it.
Yes. And doctors are clear. They're using this to make decisions faster, extract the real knowledge. That's what they're doing. Yes.
Any questions from the audience for sir?
There's a gentleman who's raised his hand. Please make it an easy question, sir.
Yes, they told that. Virtual training or online training?
So BBC, Bangalore Bionation Center, the gentleman sitting in the grey, he's the MD of Bangalore Bionation Center. So we do a lot of programs. If you follow, but Dr. Adil, would you like to answer, please?
I think I'll just present my slides such that you guys can understand what the sessions we do conduct. So basically we do have various programs specializing on the For example, ortho separately, psychiatric separately, cardiac therapy separately, nursing separately, in nursing allied health separately. So we work on different cases, different case studies.
Yeah. And they have, many of them are virtual. You can actually attend virtually. Most of them, I think, are virtual, right? Because we know that the markets are beyond Bangalore.
No, this is only the system-based work, you can do it. But we have a AR/VR system in a center. So where you have to mandatorily come and learn in the VR. So that cannot be, you cannot alternate that.
Yes. So basically, Bangalore Bioinnovation Center, it's a physical setup, a life sciences lab. We are supported by the government of Karnataka, and we have a lot of startups who are working there, plus we have a lot of tie-ups with companies, hospitals, etc. So physical is there, but yes, I know that sometimes we are talking about doing things remotely. Many of the workshops that we do are also available for you too. But yes, but as Dr. Adil said, coming, nothing like being there physically and meeting people, seeing everything that is happening, understanding the technology, that's what matters. Yes. Is there anyone else? Because they're standing in the wings and waiting.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Pleasure to be speaking to you later. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Your insights have been incredibly valuable in advancing our knowledge in this area. Thank you so much.
As we move on to the final phase of this theme, I would kindly request Dr. Dipti M.K. to introduce the next speaker for this session, Dr. Muhammad Adil A.
Dr. A. Mohammad Adil, I think we heard his name in the last speakers, I think twice or thrice. He's a managing director of Bangalore Bioinnovation Center. Sir is a academician plus researcher. Seeing his CV, I just felt he's having both the areas of interest, academics as well as research. He's done his PhD in molecular immunology, MBA, as well as MS in molecular medicine, and so many diplomas in clinical trials. He has founded 4 pharma startups. He has various research publications and also investments in different areas of research. Sir has secured research grants from almost all Indian resources, that is DST, SCRB, ICMR, and DBT. And also, sir is received the prestigious award of CEO of the Year in 2022, and also received the National Award in 2024 for Startup Ecosystem Contributions. Over to you, sir.
That's a PDF for this one.
Good afternoon, everyone. So thank you for having me here, and I would personally thank Dr. Mubashir for having me here. And first of all, I would like to thank my boss, Dr. Ikrup Kaur, Secretary of ITBT Department, Government of Karnataka, to send me for this event. And most importantly, the reason for sending me here is I'm also a scientist into public health activities and community medicine. I do have 7 publications based on cancer immunology based public health medicine on looking at various aspects of diseases. And today's topic is, for the chairperson, is like, I don't want to go on what the 2 speakers spoke. So first thing is, for a medical person, they need to know what is the basic, class 101. So understanding AI and automation in healthcare, innovation, challenges, regulatory and entrepreneurship. That's the most important thing, why you need to have innovation for a healthier future. Regarding Bangalore Bioinnovation Center, you have been hearing about BBC. So Bangalore Bioinnovation Center is a joint initiative by the Government of Karnataka as well as the Government of India, DBT. This facility is set up in Electronic City, Bangalore, as a mission for BT for Government of Karnataka. The first facility was set up around 11 years back by our Honorable CM, Mr. Siddaramaiah. So where the center is around 80,000 square feet, which supports research for the innovators to the entrepreneurs as a startup. And we are coming with a new center, which is one of the biggest center in India, supporting the agri innovation and entrepreneurship, which is the pre-farm to after-fork at 1,60,000 square feet in the same Helix Biotech Park, where we have other two institutes called Institute of Biotechnology and Bioinformatics and Center of Human Genetics, which is India's first center for testing rare genetic disorders. And another center is that we do have a facility for our second phase GCC, which are your corporates. So at Bangalore Pension Center, what do we do basically? First thing is facilitating advanced research. First thing is that will be coming to your mind is, as a basic, what do you call that, I'm a student or I'm a faculty. My first agenda is publication. And during one of the session also it was mentioned, VC meeting is like, you want to have a representation with the VC, then you need to have a publication. So the concept here is, we make sure we make connects with various academic education institutions in India as well as global. And we help you in writing grants, publication, as well as technology resources for innovators and as well as the social entrepreneurs. Second is, we make sure industry-centric research collaboration, and then industry-centric collaboration for startups and innovators. The concept here is, you do have pain points. So the pain points here is, what is the ideology? For example, there were many questions asked by our below chairperson that, how will the equipment work after the startup has been focusing? So first thing is, I need the pain point that where I have a problem. I need the problem statement to go ahead. So that pain point can be addressed by us for the GCCs, corporates, as well as even the student innovators, or maybe a student who is having an idea. And apart from this, we do have various entrepreneurship programs. We do running cohorts. Now we are opening up a 3-month acceleration program with Lathrop University, Australia, which is working on maternal and child health in digital medicine. And another thing is that we have something called skilling the skilled, technology skill development, and most importantly, entrepreneurship skilling. So the government of Karnataka has a scheme called Nipuna, and we make sure we help people trained in the technical field of medicine, healthcare, agri, as well as any scope of life sciences, including climate tech. So the sectors what we are working. So from the sector of agriculture biotechnology, medical biotechnology, industrial biotechnology, bioinformatics, environmental biotechnology, marine biotechnology, food and nutritional biotechnology, IPR, ethics, biosafety, arid and desert biotechnology, bioterrorism, biological weapons. Everything requires your public health community medicine data. Without that, you cannot work on any of these sectors. And first thing, this session is all about artificial intelligence. First, we need to understand what is artificial intelligence. So if you just open a newsletter or a TV, you get advertisement of phones coming in stating that AI. So what does a AI mean? What does a AI refers to? So basically, AI is a software program that can stimulate the context sensitive responses. So basically a conversation you have with your phone, right? So now you have I have an iPhone 16 Pro. So where the concept of selling the 16 Pro is that it has a AI, regenerative AI. The concept of regenerative AI is that the natural language, what we are speaking as a human, we wanted to converse with that. So that is the main thing. So for example, people are started working with the messaging. So people are started with the websites. And then again, the mobile application you have been working out, right? That this is the same concept. This is based and working based on the machine learning. So for example, I'll take pathology. So I've been like into the academics, and then I'm looking into the startup field. The scope, what we work in the academics is completely different. And what we do in the startup as well as the entrepreneurial skill or the entrepreneurial dream is completely different. So for example, in pathology, I do have various pictures of my images. For example, like I may have CML, I may have AML. So how can you differentiate a CML and AML that easily? So getting a DM pathologist is required for differentiating a CML and AML. So in that scenario, I can have a proper differentiation using my machine learning. So all my data from various patients can be uploaded. And this simple terms is where machine learning will perform the task for you, the computational, and preventing the human errors. So we are humans, we are prone to the error, am I right? So that is where in the field of public health. So this AI models can stimulate the basically analyze what is required. So databases are there. How can you create a database? Most importantly, you need to create a database and then you need to analyze a database. So I think that as a human, you cannot do it. So you need a set of team of members to at least try making it. At least you need 100 more people to work on it. The same concept can be done by a supercomputer. When the data is being given transformatically, such that you can work on your precision medicine. So that is where your precision public health comes in. And now your medical treatment and all these things are moving towards the precision medicine. So even personalized medicine has been coming into the play. They are looking into personalized antibiotics, personalized monoclonal antibodies, and all these things. And analysis of these large health data. So there are basically like, you do have humongous data among a population. For example, in India itself, you have a huge data. You have a huge data based on various populations in the world. For example, you have Caucasians, you have African, you have European. So how can you work on this data? So there are genetic data, you have sequencing data completely. So how can you personalize the data of population? So now Government of India has done a complete 10,000 people genomic data has come in. But 10,000 people genomic data will not represent or accelerate the health surveillance. So how can you work on the health surveillance? Based on the health surveillance, I can work on the health policies. So without my health policies, I cannot implement how much money has to go. So which department requires how much money of, what do you call that, like the disease specific finances. So government has to allocate funds for diseases. For example, TB has been mentioned. But if you look into filariasis, that's a different data. If you look into cancer, various cancers have various data. The first talk of the day. For example, vaccines. So how can a government implement money for a vaccine for an Indian population? So unless and until you don't have a data, so data will not be surfacing what is the public health policy can surface it. So that is why Government of India has created a portal called Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, where creating the India's digital health ecosystem has been planned by the Government of India. And this is the backbone which has been, the government is planning to create the digital health infrastructure. This digital health infrastructure will basically support you in bridging the gaps. First gap is the stakeholders. The stakeholders is not just your doctors, it's your health physicians, allied health people, nursing people, even students. You are also involved in it. And most importantly, your digital system requires a IT team. So IT team doesn't mean your IT based software and all these things. You need a hardware team also, where electronics also play. US and for a patient in Bangalore. So all these things can be done through all these various AI-based platforms. But at the end of the day, where's the data? So how do I promote this preventive healthcare to digital insights? But at the end of the day, I have various problems with this, is that risk of advanced threat. So you would be knowing that your phones get hacked. What happens if a device get hacked in a hospital operation theater? What happens if a patient's data breaches completely? And what about your privacy concerns? And what about your evolving attack vectors? So for example, like you are working on your systems and you say that I got virus in my system, I need to completely erase my system. So the concept here is creating a disease-free digital healthcare will create a disease-free support for the public mechanism. So the first thing then is that the AI in healthcare requires machine learning. So machine learning, everyone speaks about AI. So AI works on only the 4 concepts of algorithm, which is based on this machine learning. And based on this 4 algorithm, you tend to work on the data patterns. And based on this, you tend to protect your data, and you also predict your future data. So that is the first thing. And second thing is that how to use the data. So until now, people have been trained to work on this data. So what about others? So you have been looking at AI. So how can you start working on the AI? Unless or until you don't learn about the same algorithms, what people have been working, how the model work, how to create the stimulations. So you will not understand the connectivity. So that is where like genetics, environment, disease are being like bridged, are not been properly bridged. So the gap is there. So the bridging the gap is where we require data. And natural language processing. So the natural language processing will support you in reading the data, understanding the data, and driving the meaning of the human language. So at the end of the day, your binary system will not work for you. So basically 0 and 1s will not work for you. So you need to understand in English completely stating that what is to be there. So for example, I cannot write 0, 1, 1, 0 and all these things to give your result. So you are medical people, you will not understand how a 0 and 1 will work. So this behavioral analysis will create that social media, and this is where your consumer generated data also work. And most of you guys say that like my phone takes all my data. So for example, I was thinking of buying an item, and that item is already in my phone. And I'm just trying to look for something, and already that is coming in my phone or my laptop. So this is the same concept which has been like working out. And this is where your natural language understanding and your natural language generation works. So these two are algorithms based on your simple grammar, syntax, and semantics. Basically, it is the prediction of your older adults. For example, now you do have various apps. So apps which have been focusing on your older population. So how are you focusing on older population? Now people are giving rings. So all the rings are generating data. You have face makers with Wi-Fi enabled Bluetooth and all these devices which have been sending the data. Now you have patient bed which has been completely transmitting the data. So apart from that, you are wearing smartwatches which are transmitting the data. And all this EPA compilance and all this Sodexo compilance, all these things are coming in. But how are you transforming the structured data into the plain language? This is where the health records work. And the cognitive search, the most importantly for a machine language, you need to understand what is the understanding. For example, cognitive search is where text comes in. So for example, images. Then what is the video? For example, I have a complete surgical video. So how do I learn that surgery? So for example, understanding the surgery also matters. And then creating that machine data based on your text, image, video will create a relevance. So that is where you will have your results generated. So this results will be mapped based on your AI. For example, now we are Googling. So that Google is creating your AI-based generations, and that is evaluating, then analyzing and giving you results. So for example, COVID-19, if you just type COVID-19, you will get all these things. But what about medical professionals? So for example, I wanted to have a chest X-ray data. For example, I need to have the complete pattern of my chest X-ray. So is it like all the 11 areas are affected of doctors do make wrong diagnosis. So what happens is the decision making will support in modeling and will also create in understanding the multiple variable complexes. So the permutation combinations. So that will create the output. And my beloved colleague also mentioned about the robotics. So the renowned surgical robotics, cardiosurgic robotics person. So he is doing various surgeries in India for your various your myocardial infractions and all these things. So removal of your aortas and all these activities. So how are you assisting that? So your data, whatever you have been collecting now, is where you are been utilizing the computer interface, and the engineering comes in to play your work. The same concept where your car is made in the workshop using your robotic arms, the same system is coming in where you are manipulating to support you with your extra surgical arm. And it's basically doctor is also involved along with the surgical arm. So for example, there are neural surgeries which goes for 48 hours. I think you would be reading about all the surgeries which are happening more than 24 to 48 hours. So how are you planning to prevent all this long, life-threatening surgeries? So these surgeries can also support you. And apart from this, in the surgical area, so how do I understand about where is the contaminated area, where is the disinfected area, so where is the delivery of food which has to be given for a patient, and what kind of medication to be given. So like for example, you have various audio video machines which are sent during the COVID awards. Basically like it went like a robot giving as a call to the patients. So these are certain things which will support you in measuring the vital signs. And how are you going to measure that? So our beloved chairperson also asked that the vital signs could also be a faulty because the data entered could be faulty. So creating the data with proper automation will create a proper output for you. So that is where you can make yourself safe as well as create more output for others. And I think you guys would be knowing about these chatbots. So for example, like you find chatbots in each and everything, I'm right, every website. So now chatbots have been there for mental health, your chatbots are there for weight control, smoking like prevention, and drinking prevention, all these various things. So how does this chatbot works basically? And even there are now chatbots come to prevent your loneliness, psychiatric based. For example, like your, migraine. So there have been chatbots given for migraine-based patients. So supporting patient-based output. And for example, like creating healthier lifestyle. And now you do have your Apollo Hospital sending out various chatbots. You have Narayana having chatbots, Manipal having chatbots. So this chatbots again works on a data. So this data is where the computer vision. So now I mentioned about AR, VR models. So for example, so we are in Bangalore Mind Center, we have something called training the doctors. So basically we make sure doctors are given complete VR-based modeling for doing the surgeries, like giving them patient in, like specific injections, subcutaneous injections, intramuscular injections, all those things, and preventing and interpreting. So that's basically this computer training programs will interpret your virtual world. So now people have been like, creating virtual humans. So making sure that you are having your process in a streamlined way and using digital cameras. So for example, your tomographies, your computational, various other imaging systems and all these things, where you can use this deep learning methods. And most importantly, you have these machines which are basically accurately identify and classify objects. For example, sometimes you may miss out on some things, but your AI bots, where you have already been fed with data, can accurately give you this prediction. So this prediction is based on your public health data, can even support you for a medical imaging, preventive modeling. This preventive modeling and this medical imaging data will ultimately result in supporting your newer generation of equipments. And newer generation equipments, when they come into market, so the government purchases these systems only after looking at public health data. So what is required for the market? And based on this, the deep learning. So the deep learning is what I have been speaking on all these slides. So these algorithms are designed based on networks of decisions. So this is where you learn from whatever the data has been fed. So these networks are called neural networks. I think few of you may be learning about neural networks and all these things. And these neural networks are already there in various, for example, like your blood flow is there. Already there are like various models. So basically available. You can have your ready-made models available in computer. And most importantly, these deep neural networks will create a deep learning network. And deep learning network can help you in supporting identifying the diseases, preventing the diseases, managing the diseases by looking at the proper images what you have been providing. And most importantly, predict what is the predictive healthcare status, supportive through the EHR. So now hospitals have a lot of EHR and EMR banks, and even BBC has a biobank. So India's first biobank is available in BBC with the Heart Homology Bank. And apart from that, we have a gene bank and DNA data bank. And most importantly, we also have a supportive bank for getting your gene data. And all these electronics records, mostly if you look into hospitals, are basically like kept as a repository. So it has not been utilized. So utilizing this data will create a bigger impact. So India has the highest data in the world, but the data is not being used. It is like primitively kept as if in a, what you call that, museum shelves, basically. So apart from this, speech analysis.
Sir, time is up.
Yeah. So I just have 2 slides, that's it. So one is the speech analytics, and apart from that, you have the guiding principles. So based on what you understand, what you speak, what you listen, so the guiding principle should be on people-centric, ethically grounded, transparent, data protection, scientific integrity, open shareable, non-discriminatory, human control technology. So this is what I would say, and I would finish my slide with this. So these are the principles in the digital transformation for the public health. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for elaborate discussion on the topic. And you have given, there are a lot of questions. I definitely know that many people want to ask questions. Because we are already overriding the time, I request the audience to have the discussion or question answer session at the time of tea time.
Sure.
I think we can have discussion.
Sure.
Thank you once again for your nice
Thank you
talk.
very much. Thank you for the opportunity.
Mr. Vijayata Shastri, please join us on the stage. Even Dr. Mohammad Adil, please join us on the dais.
I would like to request Dr. Dipti MK to felicitate Mr. Vijayata Shastri.
I would like to request Dipti ma'am to felicitate Dr. Mohammad Adil. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now, I would like to request Dr. Suhas Shetty, Principal, Ayurveda College, to felicitate Vandmute, sir. I would also like to invite Dr. Shiv Swami to felicitate Dipti ma'am here. Thank you, sir.
After a very insightful session in artificial intelligence in healthcare, we now move forward with the next session. I am pleased to welcome our esteemed chairpersons for this session on National Mental Health Survey, renewing the public mental health agenda for India. I request the chairpersons to please come on the dais.
On the dais, we have Dr. Suhas Kumar Shetty, Principal and Professor, KLE Shri BMK Ayurveda Mahavidyalaya, Belgavi. Dr. Girish N. Rao, Professor, Department of Epidemiology, NIMHANS, Bengaluru. Dr. Viresh Kumar Nandgaon, Principal, KLE Institute of Nursing Sciences, Belgavi. Welcome, sir.
Now, I would like to request Dr. Suhas Kumar Shetty to introduce the first speaker for the session. It's a combined speakers, Dr. Girish B. and Dr. Prachet Raghuveer.
Very good evening to all those who are available here in the hall. I think after the hypoglycemic episodes, we had something about artificial intelligence. Now we are coming back into something of a normal intelligence. That is where I think the National Mental Health Survey of India becomes important. Just to bring it to your notice, this is one of the unique activities which is happening in the country. Globally, I think India would be the first country to do a population-based survey in ICD-11. I think that's a distinction. I think we have a very good panel in front of us. I'd request my co-chairpersons to introduce Dr. Prachet and Dr. Girish Balram together so that they could do the presentation.
A very good afternoon to all of you. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce Dr. Prachet Raghuveer, Associate Professor, Department of Epidemiology, Center for Public Health, National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences, NIMHANS, Bengaluru, who has carried out immense work in the areas of mental health and has authored more than 40 publications, delivered more than 100 talks, and has been awarded in various conferences and seminars, and the prestigious Sushila Nair Memorial Young Leader Oration Award. So we are really looking forward to the presentation by Dr. Prachet, along with Dr. Girish B., Associate Professor in the Department of Community Medicine, Shri Atal Bihari Vajpayee Medical College and Research Institute, Bengaluru. Dr. Girish also has worked immensely in the areas of metabolic syndrome and co-authored various publications, especially on metabolic syndrome, hypertension, and has been an important contribution for public health and tuberculosis research. And we are really looking forward for this combined presentation by Dr. Prachet and Dr. Girish. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for that introduction. At the outset, on behalf of our National Mental Health Survey team in NIMHANS, which is being carried out under the able leadership of Professor Girish N. Rao, we would like to thank the organizers, particularly Dr. Mubashir and team, for inviting us, for having us over here. So, National Mental Health Survey of India, renewing the public health, mental health agenda for India is a topic for our session. And as Professor Girish said, this is one of the largest surveys, the world's largest survey on mental health, and a comprehensive survey. And as the old saying goes, there's no health without mental health. So we're going to speak about the significance of this survey and the speciality, what are the unique features. And I am working as the principal investigator for the National Mental Health Survey in Karnataka. So we would be focusing more on Karnataka here, and along with me, Dr. Girish Balram from Atal Bihari Vajpayee Medical College, Bengaluru, is the PI for the mental health systems assessment component. So we'll be focusing more on Karnataka in this presentation. So what is the significance? So we've had national family health surveys, 5 of them, and the 6th one is in the pipeline. So we've had these surveys focusing mainly on health and nutrition. So National Mental Health Survey becomes very relevant in the larger context of surveys that is done in the country, and because it has a very comprehensive mental health assessment, and along with that there is a mental health systems assessment as well. So National Mental Health Survey 1 was carried out in the year 2015-16, implemented by NIMHANS. And this survey was carried out in 12 states with 3 objectives for a period of 2 years. The main objectives were to estimate the burden of mental health problems in the nationally representative population, and to identify the disability and the socio-economic impact healthcare utilization among the respondents with mental problems, and thirdly, to conduct a mental health systems assessment, that is the assessment of the infrastructure, of the resources, the manpower in each of the selected states. And here, the prevalence of any mental morbidity was found to be 10.6%. Common mental disorders was 10%, and severe mental disorders were found in 0.8% of the population. And more importantly, there was a treatment gap for any mental health problems that was reported to be 84%, and 85% in case of common mental disorders, 74% for severe mental disorders, and as high as 91% for any substance disorders. The National Mental Health Survey report was released in 2016 December, and we have fact sheets for each of the states. Then this was followed by a mega city survey that was carried out in 2021-23. So this was carried out in 6 mega cities with a population of more than 10 million in India. And other than the 3 objectives that I mentioned for National Mental Health Survey 1, there were 2 additional objectives. One is to assess the association between the self-reported illness and mental morbidity, and to assess the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on mental health. So this was completed in the year 2023, and now here we are, National Mental Health Survey 2, which is being carried out from 2023 to 2026. What are the objectives? The objectives are to generate burden estimates for every state. So this is, as Girish sir said, this is being carried out in every state and union territory of India. We have 36 sites, 28 states and 8 union territories. And we will also get pooled national estimates of priority mental health problems in our representative population, mainly adults aged 18 years and above, adolescents aged 13 to 17 years, and children aged 6 to 12 years. The second objective is to identify disabilities, socioeconomic impact, family and caregiver burden, pathways to care and service utilization, and to characterize mental disorders with respect to the vulnerable or special populations. Objective 4 is to carry out mental health assessment and resource mapping for mental health care. And the 5th objective is to validate a primary instrument for assessment of mental morbidity, which I'll be speaking about it later. That is flexible interview for ICD-11, FLY-11, and we are the first country that is validating this instrument. So it's indeed a matter of pride for us. So how does National Mental Health Survey 2 compare with the National Mental Health Survey 1 that was carried out a decade ago? So NMHS 1 was carried out in 12 states, whereas NMHS 2 is being carried out in every state and union territory. The age groups covered in NMHS 2, we have adults, adolescents, and in addition to that, we have children aged 7 to 12 years. So the parents of these children will be asked questions. The morbidity instrument that we are using is ICD-11 here, FLY, like I said earlier, flexible interview for ICD-11. So these are some of the salient differences, and of course the sample size, the number of respondents are higher here. So we have 4,250 to 8,500 adult respondents in every state, and a total of 2.6 lakh people or population are being covered in this particular survey. So what is unique about NMHS2? Like I said earlier, it is a comprehensive mental health assessment and which is being carried out in every state and union territory. So these are our partner institutions. We have, all of them are government institutes, most of them are institutes of national importance. And we have this rolling even in the union territories of India. What about the instruments? We have this whole set of instruments, starting from socio-demographic profile, screening for symptoms of others, physical illness, including COVID-19, the WHO 5 well-being index, the loneliness scale. So we are attempting to assess loneliness, which is being flagged as a public health concern by WHO. Then the flexible interview for ICD-11 of FLY. We have two versions here, adult version and adolescent version, and it's very comprehensive. We have 14 modules here, so which warrants assessment for various mental health disorders like depressive episodes, anxiety, OCD, post-traumatic stress disorder, hypochondriasis, eating disorders, substance use disorders, addiction disorders, gaming disorders, severe mental disorders like psychosis, suicidal ideation. So it's quite comprehensive. And we have disability scale, health treatment and care questionnaire, some questions related to barriers to service utilization, questions on stigma, questions on family burden, which is unique, screening for epilepsy, screening for premenstrual dysphoric disorder among women in the reproductive age group, perimenopausal syndrome among menopausal women, screening for neurocognitive disorders, a checklist for parental concern for the children's, and of course we have checklists for the mental health systems assessment. The ones that are highlighted in yellow have been specifically developed and validated for NMHS2. And talking about FLY, so it's as good as diagnosis. It has a very good agreement with the clinician diagnosis, as you can see in this table. 0.81 is the kappa value for that. And when you talk about the other specific mental disorders, the agreement also is good here. And we have this FLY instrument available in 20 languages. So the team has worked extremely hard to translate these according to the standard procedures. Next, we have recruited personnel in each of these states, and especially I can speak from a Karnataka point of view. We have recruited 10 field data collectors, and most of them are from a mental health background, either from clinical psychology or medical social work. They should have done their masters in that, or psychiatric social work. The alternatives include masters of public health and nursing background, and they need to have language competency because the questions here are in the local vernacular language. So they should be able to write, read, and speak the local language. So they underwent a very intense training. There was a pre-survey training for months. So we had 6 weeks of practical exposures. So here 4 weeks were in the community and 2 weeks in the hospital settings. So this was carried out by the state team, that is the PI, the co-investigators, and the resource persons from the central team in NIMANS. And we also trained them on data collection using tabs. So it's all electronic data capture here. We are not using any paper. And training evaluation was carried out by the state team, and there was a certification that was carried out. So these are some photographs of our field data collectors being certified, and one among these is a leader. We've designated that person as a survey coordinator. So in addition to this, the central team led by Professor Girish conducts refresher training every month. 12 hours of online refresher training is being conducted by the central team every month, and the purpose is to ensure revision. As I said, it's very comprehensive, so there is a requirement to revise these instruments and to continually improve the quality so that it facilitates easy interviewing. So one integral component of the survey of NMHS2 is MHSA, Mental Health Systems Assessment, and I invite Dr. Girish Balram to kindly throw some light on this assessment. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, as a part of mental health survey to NMHS2, so one of the important component is the mental health system assessment. So, as you know, in the mental health system, so it's not just the hospitals. So government mental hospitals, it could be not that, only that. So it includes even the private hospitals and all those. So all the organizations and the resources which are there will be assessed here. Okay, we have assessed all those. So, and also it's not just
focusing on the diagnosis and treatment. We are the promoting, restoring, and the maintaining the mental health, so is done. And also it's like comprehensive assessment of all the things which are included in the the mental health system. So that is that we have assessed in the NMHS2 component of MHSA. Okay, so in this we have involved a lot of coordination, collection, and also the compilation of data has been done across the various sectors. So as I mentioned, it is in the government sector, private hospitals, even medical colleges, and even like district hospitals, and also like NGOs also who are working in the mental health. So all this we have covered, so that it's not that one only government system which provides all these services, is it? So every part of the all the medical facilities are required to provide the comprehensive health, especially what the main plan of the policy for mental health care is to incorporate the mental health in the primary health care. So it need not be always specialized. Only when it is admission and that it's required, only then the hospital, mental health hospital, specified beds are required. Otherwise, the main plan of the policy is to incorporate the mental health in the primary health care or in the regular system. So in that part, so and also we systems approach is the key in our we have evaluated the mental health framework, and we have identified the gaps, mainly the treatment gaps and all those, and also the service facilities gaps, all those, the facility, because so many remote and many areas the facilities are not there. Okay, even in many districts. So that we have identified, and also it's guiding the integrated policy at the state level and also at the national level, so that the policy modifications, if anything required, so that can be done. So for this, MHSA, it was carried out in the first survey also, NMHS 1 also, but there were many advancement changes being done in the second. So we basically, the areas which were covered in the MHSA is we got initially the Kolar study was done, so district mental health care survey, and also a survey was done of the DMHP in the Tamil Nadu. So these two surveys were the basis for coming up with this MHSA, and also many inputs from whatever the WHO also were taken for designing this MHSA. So in that we mainly cover how each state, the mental health policy they have made up, and also the health action. Okay, so mental health action, and also how much finances in the PIP they are incorporating for the mental health, each statewide. And also the mental health services, especially through DMHP. So we have, as all of you know, the National Mental Health Program is running many decades. So we have now district mental health program, and even in Karnataka there's started off a Taluk mental health program. So TMHP also is pilot basis going on. So how much funds have been given, how much resources been allotted, all those components we'll be assessing in this MHSC. And also mainly important is the HR in the mental health. So including mainly the psychiatrists and psychologists also been appointed in the DMHP, and they've been trained also in the program and other components. It's not only that, so the fact the staff, health professional staff who are working at the PHC level and other levels, it could be medical doctors and also nurses and laboratory technicians and pharmacists. They have also been trained in this mental health program. So regarding that also we have assessed, and also it's not the ground rule grassroots level workers like ASHA, so and health workers. So they have been trained. So it's again the counseling and other parts. It's not that everything they need to come at the higher level. They can themselves they can do. In that the training part helps a lot, and that part we are assessing. And again the IEC material, very important, as you know. So even now we may talk in the medical fraternity so much, but in the community there's a lot of stigma even still now associated with the mental health illness. So to eliminate or to educate the people, we need a lot of IEC materials, and that too in the local language. That component also we'll be assessing here. and also the intersectoral coordination. So because not only the health department, other department like social welfare, education department need to work in this coordinately. So that component also we are assessing, and even the many will be trained in the education department also. So how many have received training, those also will be assessing, and there will be NGO involvement, that component also will be assessing. And finally the monitoring and evaluation component also we have assessed in this. So the key key takeaways from this MHSA in the NMHS 1 was like the fragmented approach was the main thing in that, like it was not a comprehensive. So like lack of coordination was there, and the policy and financing was not separately allotted and all, and human resources, public engagement, all those they were lacking in that. So that in 2016, so the mental health efforts in India were mainly, as I mentioned, focused on diagnosis and drug delivery. But the focus is now in promotive care, restoring the mental health in that way. Okay, there was minimal emphasis given the promotion and community care rehabilitation, so and also integration into the regular system, and also systemic evaluation that we will be focusing, and we are focused in NMHS 2. So what are the objectives of MHSA in our NMHS 2 is to collate and map the resources of mental health care and services in the state and the union territories, and to arrive at the consensus like regarding the quality of care and services provided, and also regarding the quality of the facilities. So, and also to evaluate the mental health care at the primary level. These are the ones we are evaluating. So coming to the resource mapping here, so we have, like as everyone knows, the Mental Health Care Act 2017. So how much is implemented at each state level? Okay, what's the status of its implementation? So it could be at the state level, at district level, that we have assessed here. And also the detailed resource mapping, and also the mainly, as I've already mentioned, like mental health professionals. So psychiatrists and all, how many are there, and also other training component of other healthcare professionals. And also not only the HR, the inventory in the health, so also will be assessed. It could be drugs, it could be any other like inventory required for the program also will be assessed, and also the IEC, which I was telling. Okay, and one more important component which we have included here is the documenting the best practices. Because in any like services, whatever the guidelines may be there, their own practices will reach out the community in a better way. So that if it's a good way, best practices that we are taking it, it could be from the NGO or anywhere in the periphery or that, so that we can communicate it to the group at large, so that everyone can practice for better implementation of the mental health. Okay. So coming to what are the sources we have gone in for this data is the state PIP. Okay, PIP, whatever, how much they are allotted, the funds could be in program, training, all the components. And also we have taken the data from the Crime Records Bureau. It could be suicidals, all those and crimes, anything because of mental illness, all those. And also, so we have taken the data of training and the professionals availability through other medical associations. It could be psychiatric state associations, or it could be other like associations, body, like we have even state mental health authority, and program related documents we have used, and also the information records at all the facilities. So in Karnataka, focusing in that, what we have done is there are two forms, part 1 and part 2 in the system assessment. The two in this system assessment and the facility assessment. In the system assessment, there are two forms we have used, part 1 and part 2, where we have detailed training part, professional, how many availability, all those we have assessed in that. So whereas the facility assessment, we have visited the PHCs and assessed. How we have done is the 5 districts across the states we have selected, where the 2 are the best performing, 2 the poor performing, and 1 being the state capital. Within the district, the 5 PHCs again we have selected. How is the 2 nearest to the headquarter of the district, 2 far away from the district, and 1 being the headquarter. In that way, 5 PHCs in these 5 districts we have assessed in Karnataka. So almost the same has been replicated across other states in MHSA. So this selection is like, why we are done is to ensure the diverse representation of the mental health services delivery across different geographic areas. As you know, we may talk in metros and the Tier 2, 3 cities, the facilities will be better. In the remote villages and all, it will be less, like very poorly available. In that sense, so these been done. So these are the districts which we have covered in the MHSA in Karnataka. So Raichur, Vijayanagar, Kodagu, Mandya, and also Belgavi and Bangalore urban. So these are the, like our team has visited all the PHCs and also you take like all this, like it could be education department and the crime bureau and all the state institutes where to collect the data. With this data collection, extensively we have discussed with the medical officer, pharmacist and all there, and we have collected the data. What are the findings from our study? So our data collection is like PHCs in the medical healthcare services at the PHCs showed the strength in the community outreach. So better outreach is there, integration into the general health is very good in Karnataka. Okay, the ASHA workers' involvement is very good because of good training and their involvement is good, and NMHP supported infrastructure improvement also has affected many places, especially at the district level. With positive like school-based programs, telemedicine and also referral linkages has also helped. And even telemanas that's online is there, that is also has led to a great impact. Okay, but it's not that everything is improved. There are many challenges also we have identified. What is that? The stigma in the marginalized community is still there. So limited specialized mental health care training for the PHC staff, only the basic training has happened. And also, as I mentioned, like geographical barriers are definitely affecting the mental health care, being the rural and remote areas, not much available. Okay, like coming to the specific points in that, the training is like much covered for the specialist and also even for the medical non-specialist doctors also 83%. Whereas the nurse and laboratory technicians, those and all, it's quite lower, laboratory technician being 39%. Whereas which of the common diagnosis being done at the PHC level is like tobacco, alcohol use disorders were being done, and there were been like few have been advised that treatment, it could be although withdrawal, many things has been advised, and very few cases of mental health disorders and suicidality are quite less reported in our state. Okay, are diagnosed quite less at the PHC level. Okay, medications again they are consistently available across all the PHCs, whereas the risperidone is the most available drug. So coming to the services, the counseling is available in 63% of the facilities, whereas what was lacking is the rehabilitation services or the dedicated mental health beds is quite a lot available at the remote places. Again, there is limited collaboration and awareness, so with less NGO involvement, and the stigma also still present in the community. So these need to be improved. Okay. This is regarding the MHSA. So other survey part, the Dr. Prachet will be continuing.
Thank you, Dr. Girish Balram. So the mental health systems assessment has been complete, and like I said, it is a very integral component of NMHS2. So now comes the survey part. So the sample size was calculated using a standard formula. So the minimum sample size, the final sample size was 4,250 adults. But we also looked into the population proportion percentage. So distribution of states as per the proportion to population of India. In case of Karnataka, the population proportion percentage was between 2 to 4.99%. So depending on that, we had a multiplier. So 1.5 was a multiplier for Karnataka. So we multiplied 4,250 into 1.25. So the final sample size for adults that we got was 5,300. And in addition to that, we have 2,000 odd adolescents. So the total sample size that is being covered in Karnataka is 7,500. So when it comes to the larger states, I'll give you one example of UP. The population proportion percentage of Uttar Pradesh is more than 11%. So the multiplier in this case becomes 2. So 4,250 into 2, the final sample size is 8,500 adults. So it all depends on the population proportion of that particular state. And all over India, we have 2,58,831 respondents. This includes 1.8 lakhs adults and 73,950 adolescents. So here we have a multi-stage random sampling. So the first stage is in the state or union territory based on the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare projected population proportion. We determine the rural versus urban population proportions for the year 2024. We note it down. And then for the urban population, we again look at the population proportion for the million plus cities and non-million plus cities based on the census data or the latest available state data in the state or union territory. Million plus cities, we select 50% of the total number. In case of Karnataka, we have only 1 million plus city, which is the city of Bengaluru. And for non-million plus cities and the rural population, we selected 5 districts. These were randomly stratified. The stratification is as per the multi-dimensional poverty index, which is devised by the Niti Aayog. What next? Then in the rural area, we selected the appropriate Gram Panchayats. Then in the Gram Panchayats, 1 ward or polling booth was selected. And in that cluster, we had households that were selected, around 15 households, 9 households, and 6 reserve households. And all eligible population in that household are going to be interviewed. Similarly, for the urban areas, as we do not have a list of census villages, here we have used IV unit, investigator unit, and urban frame survey block. So this is as per the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementations data. So they have conducted an urban frame survey. So investigator unit here means these are larger units with around 20 to 40 blocks, of course lower than the town. And urban frame survey blocks are smaller units which include around 100 to 120 households. Then comes the selection of households, and in that given household, all eligible individuals are going to be interviewed. So like I said earlier, we have selected 6 districts, 5 districts as per the multidimensional poverty index given by the Niti Aayog. So we have 1 district in each strata, plus we have Bengaluru, which is a million plus city. And the total sample size for Karnataka is 7,500. So we have 212 clusters here, which includes 116 rural and 96 urban. So we'll be interviewing 25 participants, adult participants, and 10 adolescents in each cluster. And care will be taken to ensure gender distribution. So if there's no gender distribution, the field data collection team goes to the reserve households. We have 9 households per cluster and 6 reserve households. And this is the flow of the questionnaires, which has already been explained. And the average time to be taken for the interview is around 35 minutes. And we have different questionnaires that are going to be used for different groups, for children, for adolescents, for adults, and for those aged more than 60 years. So suppose somebody tests positive for mental morbidity in that fly instrument, we'll be having some additional questions here. So the interview would take 15 minutes extra. So by and large, the interview here in this case would take around 50 minutes. So utmost care has been taken to ensure that there's quality assurance. So we have standardized translation of the study instruments, detailed operational guidelines document, and intense monitoring. We have re-interviews that are carried out by the PI and the co-PI, and we have re-interviews carried out by the survey coordinator, monitoring by the central team, monthly meetings, as well as surprise visits that are being carried out. So we have so far finished the data collection in Kolar in Karnataka, and we have moved to the next district, which is Kodagu. And we have daily monitoring forms that have to be filled at the end of every day's work, and weekly monitoring forms for the survey coordinator, and cluster summary form once the cluster is finished. So to summarize, NMHS2 estimates mental disorder prevalence, service utilization, and resource gaps. And it's a pan-India survey which is being carried out in every state and union territory of India. MHSA, Mental Health System Assessment, evaluates the policies, infrastructure, and human resources. The main unique feature is using the Fly 11, ICD 11 based tools, which is available in 20 languages now. The field data collection team underwent 6 weeks of intensive training, and we are capturing the data electronically using handheld tablets. So we are very hopeful that NMHS2 would be able to strengthen the mental health services further and provide evidence-based strategies for better policies and better mental health interventions. Thank you very much for a patient hearing.
Thank you, Dr. Prachet. I don't think we have time for questions, but I think looking at the presentation, it's covered all the 4 areas of the theme of the conference. We are looking at innovation, we are looking at challenges, we are looking at diplomacy in terms of negotiating both with the state, central government, and also with the community. I think that's another issue. And also it holds a bigger future for the country. Well, it's the first survey with a public health strategy, not just counting heads, but also looking at what systems are available. We'll reserve the questions and doubts for tea, and we'll have the next speaker come in. Sir.
A very good afternoon. I'd like to welcome Dr. Miguel San Sebastian, Professor, Department of Epidemiology and Global Health, Umea University, Sweden. Sir is Professor in Public Health, has more than 300 peer-reviewed publications. That's really great. Supervised 15 PhD students, coordinator of law research and education for SAMI Health. We welcome you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to start by thanking Dr. Mubashir for inviting us, me and my colleagues from Sweden, to this conference. And I would like to thank you as well to the organizing committee because of the welcoming that they have given us. Special thanks as well to the students that yesterday from the different departments performed this amazing exhibition to us. And I'm pretty sure that if I think people would dance more and sing more, we will have a more healthier world with less violence, more peaceful, and therefore with a much better mental well-being. As you see from the title, I'm going to talk a little bit about mental health among youth in Sweden and presenting some data that we have from the country and try to answer the question about why we are having this increase in mental health, in ill mental health among the youth. So I will try to highlight some issues that we'll put on the table, not with a clear and probably definite answer, but just some kind of thoughts to think about. And hopefully some of this experience can serve as well for the case of India. I just wanted to show you where we're coming from. So this is a map of Europe, and in the north is Sweden, and then quite close, there is a red dot there, and there is a small town called Umeå. It's a university town. The total city has around 100,000 inhabitants. 35,000 of them are university students. So 1/3 of the population are youth. We are quite close to the polar circle. That means that we have very extreme weather conditions. So in winter, we have a lot of snow, and so we have a kind of two seasons, I would say. You know, sometimes in many countries they talk about rainy season and dry season. I think we have a snow season and lack of a snow season. So we have as well a green like months. Just to set a little bit the scene, I brought this definition from WHO about what is mental health, defined as this state of well-being. Those working in mental health definitely had been listened to this definition or read about it. A definition that is very complex as well to capture. I mean, we have seen in the previous presentation how it's needed so many questions in order to try to capture the mental health of the population, and probably mental health is one of the big challenges that we have in public health today, because globally, partly because it's underestimated, is underdiagnosed, is very contextual, which means that it makes comparisons very difficult. It has some defined specific risk factors, but there are very vague risk factors as well, which makes very difficult to do proper interventions. There is a lot of issues related to access to mental health care, and definitely we have treatments, but some of them are not really effective, or not, at least not effective in many of the population. Sometimes I like to use as well the definition of mental health. I call it mental health. I mean, he used the word, I think, happiness, that Mahatma Gandhi had. That is when what you think, what you say, and what you do are in harmony. That could be what we think mental health, which is, maybe how definition of how harmony probably define what is mental well-being. The situation for mental health globally for the youth is going worse. Here in this slide, you can see two messages. One shows the situation comparing 2008 with 2018, and then we see that the mental health situation in adults and young people between 18 and 25 in 2008 was approximately similar, and how that percentage, the prevalence, has remained similar in adults, but has increased much more among the young people. The second message is that 75% of all mental health illnesses develop by the age of 24. And for us in public health, obviously that's a very clear message where we should be intervening. Approximately 1 in 3 teens aged 13-18 have an anxiety disorder. And as you can see from the figure as well, while in the age 26 plus, the prevalence of major depression remains quite similar, there has been an increase in the age group between 12 and 25 years. When we look at a specific mental health problem, like could be suicide rates, we can see that as well in the different age groups in the period from 2000 to 2017, there has been a huge increase in a kind of younger groups to 67%, 48, 36 in the other groups. And it's the second leading cause of death among young people between 10 and 24 years old. The situation in Sweden is pretty similar in terms of concern. This slide shows patterns over time with different age groups among boys and girls, or girls and boys in this case, and the outcome was what they reported to have at least two psychomotic symptoms more than once a week in the last 6 months. So it's a quite severe kind of perception of the mental health. And the summary of this result shows that both in girls and boys, 13 to 15 years, these multiple health complaints have doubled in these last 20 years. In 2013-14, more than half of the 15 years old girls and 1/3 of the boys reported these multiple health complaints. This is one study that we published recently that we were trying to compare something that we have in Sweden that are called youth clinics, and it's just to see if the prevalence of youth clinic, the prevalence of mental health, diverse outcomes of mental health was different in regions that have youth clinics and not, and it wasn't. But we can see as well, if you see, I mean, obviously there are variations because there are almost biannual surveys that have been done. and then therefore there are certain variations. But there was a kind of trend in decreasing mental health till the year approximately of 2010. And after 2010, 11, something happened. And then the prevalence of stress, anxiety, and psychosocial distress started to increase again. Then the question was, okay, what has happened? What happened when it seems that the trends of the pattern of mental ill health was going in the right direction? I'm going to provide 4 kind of explanations to this increase in ill mental health. And I'm going to use the sociological model that has been used, can be used for many health outcomes, where we have the first level with the individual factors that could be biological, like sex, age, but could be as well in the education, income. Then we have the relationship level, which includes usually the person's closest social circle, like friends, family, partners. A third level could be the community, which represents a bit the social networks that exist and that the persons have. And a fourth level could be the society. The society includes these norms and values and policies that different countries apply or implement. So there are 4, as I said, the 4 kind of aspects that I want to highlight and discuss a little bit briefly. One is related to the individual level, the socioeconomic conditions. And the second one is related to the second level, relationships, which include this family. And third one is about the community, what kind of school settings and working context do we have. And the fourth one will be representing the society with some structural changes that has happened in the Swedish society. The first one is the socioeconomic inequalities. And despite Sweden, compared to other countries, still has a relatively low income inequality. I mean, the income inequality in the country has increased quite a lot in the last couple of decades. That means that the proportion of what we will call there children living in poverty has increased dramatically in the last 20 years, and it's a big concern for the government. And there is plenty of literature that shows that close relationship between social inequalities, income inequalities, and ill mental health, particularly among children and adolescents. So this could be one of the factors that might be explaining that increase in ill mental health that has occurred in Sweden. Second factor that has been explored is that what has happened at the family level. And Sweden is one of the countries where the divorce rates are higher, at least in Europe. At the same time, is the country in Europe where the children spend more with the father and the mother, even if they are separated. This is what is called this joint physical custody. So most of the children of parents that are separated live equally time with the father and the mother. So at the same time, the different studies that have been conducted show that the children and adolescents who report having difficulties talking to their parents have not increased in the last 20 years. And the parents' ways of raising their children has become less authoritarian as well since the 80s. So it doesn't seem that issues that might be happening at the family level could really influence explaining that increase in mental well-being. The third factor is what happened at the community level, and here I have included 2, what is happening at the school and working level. The school system in Sweden now is a big concern as well for the government. There is a lot of pressure on the students to perform better. At the same time, the functioning of the Swedish school system has worsened, and in comparison with other European countries. And there is numerous surveys that are conducted annually just to rank the European countries in terms of the performance of the school, and Sweden is not doing so well. At the same time, young people, when they leave school, they face a kind of challenge in terms of having employment, and a good employment, an employment that is secure, where there is a lot of more pressure on higher education and more skills than before, which put a lot of, again, pressure and stress on performance of the young people. So there's this great, as I mentioned, series of stress and anxiety about the future, about the education, about the occupation, about the stability that somehow could explain part of the increase in ill mental health that we are observing in this age group. Finally, I want to talk, I want to present or highlight the structural challenges and changes that are occurring in the society. And as all societies in the world are becoming more and more connected, and be socially connected definitely has a lot of good things for preventing stress and anxiety and depression. But at the same time, there is a lot of studies showing that heavy social media increase the risk for depression, anxiety, self-harm, and even suicidal thoughts. There's a lot of pressure, a lot of bullying, a lot of stress that is originated by the intense use of social media. At the same time, there is, at least in the Swedish society, there is a lot of trust, or has been a lot of trust on the welfare state. The societies have become more individualization. They're more dependent on drugs. At the same time, there has been more openness, more trying to decrease the level of stigma of what implies to have an ill mental health or to have a mental health disease. So in that sense, it's very difficult to distinguish what exactly means, because there is a lot of factors operating at the same time at this level. The Swedish government has taken, for some people, some dramatic policies or tough policies in terms of social media, for instance. Last year, all mobile phones were banned from the schools till secondary level, so they cannot be used anymore. And for instance, the Public Health Agency of Sweden has advised the parents to children that have less than 2 years to not allow them to be exposed to screens at all. And the recommendation for teenagers is less than 3 hours per day, for instance. So in summary, socioeconomic inequality, a good learning environment, and the attention to how the social media is being developed are required in order to improve mental health, at least in the Swedish context. Definitely we need more research about to clarify the role of the different levels at the individual and interpersonal, community and societal level, and the relationship that they have with ill mental health. And finally, definitely, research should be always contextualized to the different cultural settings. I finalize with a couple of advices of the great Indian philosopher, Vivekananda, that he said that talk to yourselves once a day, otherwise you may miss meeting an intelligent person in this world, and the whole secret of existence is to have no fear, never fear what will become of you. Thank you. Dhanyabad.
Thank you very much. I think the quotations, in fact, summed up several of the messages which came through the presentation. Just to put things into context, I think if you look at adolescents in India, we're looking at a prevalence of depressive episodes and recurrent depressive disorders to be about 0.8%. If you include dysthymia also, then it becomes 1.6%. So that's the proportion among 13 to 17. If you look at adults 18 and above, the percentage is somewhere about 3.6%. So the context of India is something different, and I think when we talk about mental illness, mental health, I think we need to be mindful of many of these variations in prevalence which can come across countries. And that's where public health strategy is the key, because public health links not just the numbers, but also links up to what needs to be the intervention. I would request my co-chairs to also give their comments.
I think we had two excellent presentations. One looking at the perspective of the entire mental health and other, focusing chiefly on the issues of the youths and the issues. And one of the biggest challenge that we always have in mental health is that people do not have or do not take to treatment, and there's a lot of treatment gap. The diagnosis and the treatment gap is one of the major issues that we always have in mental health, and probably the role of public health and creating more awareness could definitely play a vital role.
Thank you. It was really very informative, and both the presentations have given some insights. As the first mental health survey from integration of mental health services in general settings, and from prevention of mental illness to promotion of mental health. But still, as the challenge is, stigma still exists. And the training part is very nice, and we think that more training part has to be done on ASHAs. They are really good, as we found in some studies. And Professor Miguel has really explained very well the causes of mental illness in adolescents, as the social aspects or familial factors within the family, or the structural changes as social media. It was well addressed and very informative. Thank you.
Please give a big hand to all the speakers. I request the speakers to come on stage. I think the organizers have something.
Now we have come to the end of the session. I would like to invite Dr. Suhas
Dr.
Kumar
Miguel.
Shetty to felicitate Dr. Girish B.
Dr. Miguel,
And-
please do come on stage.
Dr. Viresh Kumar Nandgaon to kindly felicitate Dr. Prachet Raghuveer. And I request Dr. Girish Rao to felicitate Dr. Bigel San Sebastian.
And where are we?
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request Dr. Ashwini Narasimhawar, Joint Organizing Secretary for IPHACON 2025, to honor the chairperson with a memento. I request Dr. Rajesh Ranjan to join ma'am.
We are end with our session in this hall, and I request all the delegates to be present at 7:30 in our JNMC garden for gala dinner. Thank you.
nice working with